Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. Chapter 1. The Register, Part 1.1. Normal people. Normal prep. I don't believe in monsters. I'm not saying that the way people say it online, like a challenge, like I'd walk barefoot into the woods and wrestle whatever crawled out. I mean it in the boring way. My brain files things into categories because that's how it keeps me calm. Bears, cougars, people trespassing, weather turning ugly faster than the forecast. The kind of danger you can name, plan for, and survive if you don't get stupid. Skinwalkers, wendigos, any of that. It always sounded like stories people told to keep kids close to the fire. I grew up in Washington. I've been in these forests since I was a teenager. I've hunted, hiked, slept in places where the nearest paved road was a long walk away. The woods never felt haunted to me. They felt indifferent. That was the problem. I trusted indifference. We left on a Thursday because that's how adults do things now. You plan your fun like a work project, squeeze it between emails and weekend obligations. The three of us met early enough that the sky still had that blue-gray softness, the kind of morning that smells like cold metal. Nate rolled up first in his Tacoma with a clean bed and a practical calm that always made me feel like I'd forgotten something. He had that personality where everything looks easy because he's already thought of it twice. He was the guy who carried a backup water filter without ever announcing it. The guy who could fix a stove with numb fingers and still be gentle about it, like he didn't want to offend the gear. Eli showed up 5 minutes later with a camera in his hand and coffee already in his system. He wasn't careless exactly, just young enough that danger still felt like something that happened to other people. Late 20s, strong, funny, always narrating his life like he was recording bonus content. Everybody got their bear can, he asked, filming us while we stood in the parking lot loading packs. If we die, I want it documented. Bear canister, I corrected automatically, because that's what I do. I'm the one who corrects words and checks numbers. And don't say that. Eli grinned, kept filming. See, this is why I brought you. If I get murdered, I want the grammar to be correct. We stopped for coffee on the way out because we were still human enough to pretend this was just a normal trip. A gas station off the highway with fluorescent lighting that makes everyone look tired. The kind of place where the coffee tastes like burnt cardboard, but the cup is hot, and that's what matters. Nate bought beef jerky. I bought another lighter even though I already had two, because I'm that guy, the kind who thinks redundancy is a personality. Eli bought a candy bar and made a joke about it being his last meal. I checked the weather again in the parking lot, thumb scrolling through hourly predictions like the act could control the sky. Clear, cold, no rain, winds mild. It was the perfect forecast, and I felt that little wash of satisfaction I always feel when the world agrees with my planning. Back in the truck, we drove north and then east, and then off the highway onto smaller roads that narrowed and roughened, the kind that turn from asphalt to patched asphalt to something that feels like a memory of pavement. Logging country. Tall trees, steep shoulders, faded signs, warning about sharp curves and falling rock. The radio signal kept dying and coming back in bursts. Eli's phone lit up with notifications and then went quiet like the world was politely letting go of us. By noon, we were deep enough that the businesses thinned out into scattered houses and then into nothing but trees and the occasional gravel pull-off with a rusting gate. The sky stayed low and pale. The air had that clean, cold edge it gets in early fall when the bugs have disappeared, but winter hasn't put its teeth in yet. Eli kept filming clouds, the sign that said, "No cell service beyond this point," like it was cute. Nate didn't comment. Nate rarely did. I looked at my pack on the floorboard between my feet. Everything was there the way it was supposed to be. Bear spray, clipped where my hand could find it, headlamp in the top pouch, map in a zip bag, compass strapped to the lanyard like a habit from another lifetime. Little rituals, little comforts. Around 3 p.m., we turned into the trailhead lot. It was smaller than I expected, more like a widened patch of gravel than a real parking area. A signboard stood near the entrance with laminated maps under cloudy plastic, a weathered list of regulations, and one of those faded, earnest "Leave No Trace" posters that looks like it's been sunburned and rained on for a decade. Someone had carved initials into the wooden frame. Old graffiti softened by time. There were only a few cars. One was a family SUV with a roof box. Clean, suburban. The kind of car that belongs to people who bring extra hoodies and hike out before dark. The other was a muddy, older pickup with a camper shell. The kind of vehicle that tells you somebody has been here for a while or somebody lives like this. The windows were too dark to see into. There was a dent in the tailgate like a fist had once met metal. No one stood near it. No boots by the door. No cooler. No sign of a campsite nearby. It should have felt normal. It should have felt like every other trailhead I'd ever been at. But the quiet was held back. Not the peaceful quiet you get when the woods are simply being the woods. This felt like someone had put their hand over the mouth of the place. No birds calling back and forth. No distant voices from the trail. No dog barking. No music. Not even the faint hiss of tires on a far road. Just our engine ticking as it cooled and the gravel crunching under our boots. Nate killed the truck and sat for a second with both hands on the wheel, staring forward, as if he were listening to something I couldn't hear. Then he got out and stretched like he had decided there was nothing wrong with the world. Eli filmed the signboard, zooming in on the warnings about fires and bear storage. "Look," he said, reading dramatically. "Do not leave food unattended." "That includes you, man. Just sign the register," I told him. There was a metal box bolted to a post at the edge of the lot. Trail register. A cheap pen on a chain, a little notebook with water-warped pages and dates scribbled down in different handwriting. I always sign those. Always. Even when no one I'm hiking with cares. It makes me feel like I'm being responsible, like the forest owes me a ledger entry in exchange for my time. I flipped to the current page and wrote our names. 3 names, neat letters. Destination Loop Trail, planned return Saturday afternoon. I hesitated for a half second before writing it like the act carried weight. Then I shook it off. That was stupid. It was just a notebook. Just a ritual. Eli leaned in so the camera could catch it. There, he said, "Now if we die, somebody will know. Stop saying that Nate said without heat." We shouldered packs. Nate adjusted a strap with efficient hands. I checked my bear spray again, even though I knew it was clipped correctly. Eli tightened his boots and angled his camera toward the trail like it was a red carpet. The trail started easy-packed dirt, a few rocks' roots like veins crossing the path. The canopy closed overhead fast. The light shifted from open afternoon to that filtered green gold you get under thick conifers. The air smelled like damp bark and old needles. The first mile felt normal. Conversation eased into its comfortable loop, work complaints, minor life updates, jokes about Eli's headlamp being cheap, Nate's quiet laughter when he actually laughed. Every now and then, I'd glance behind us without meaning to. The trailhead disappeared, quickly swallowed by trees. It always does. That's the point. You walk 10 minutes into the woods and the human world becomes a rumor. At about 2 miles in, we passed a faint spur trail branching off to the right. It wasn't much, just a narrower corridor between young firs marked by a small sign that said no motorized vehicles. The ground beyond it looked less used, more like something that used to be an access road and had slowly been reclaimed. And tied to a branch at shoulder height, right where your eyes would land, if you turned your head, was a strip of bright orange survey tape. It wasn't faded. It wasn't frayed. It wasn't the dull, sunburnt orange you see on old property lines. It was vivid, almost glossy, like it had been ripped from a fresh roll an hour ago. It fluttered slightly in the breeze, 2 tails hanging down like a little flag. Eli stopped and held his camera up. "Oh, that's creepy," he said happily, like he'd found a prop. "That's where they found the body." Trail crew Nate said automatically, but he didn't sound convinced. I stepped closer and looked at it. The knot was neat, not sloppy, not rushed. Whoever tied it had taken their time. It sat snug around the branch like a deliberate mark. "Hunters," I offered, because I wanted a normal explanation. "People mark things in the woods. They mark boundary lines. They mark routes. They mark where they stashed gear. Tape is common." Eli leaned in and filmed the knot like it was evidence. "If I disappear," he said, "tell them to start here." "Don't start," I muttered. I didn't touch the tape. I don't know why. It wasn't a decision. It was a small instinct, the kind you only notice after the fact. I looked at it, felt something cold and faint twist in my stomach, and then stepped back without putting my hands on it. We kept going. The trail angled down into a drainage as the afternoon slipped toward evening. The air got colder and damper. Moss thickened. Roots got slick. You could hear water before you saw it, the steady, patient sound of a creek moving over stones. We reached the spot around 6. It was objectively perfect. A flat bench above the water line. Big trees spaced like columns. Downed logs to sit on. An old fire ring, stones blackened by past summers. No trash. No obvious sign of recent use. If there had been other campers, they'd left clean. Nate nodded in approval, like he was checking items off a list. "Good site," he said. Eli spun slowly with his camera, narrating like a travel vlogger. "Look at this," he said. "If this isn't where we get murdered, I'm going to be disappointed." "Stop," I said again, but my voice didn't have teeth in it. Not yet. We set up fast, the way you do when you've done it 100 times. Nate and Eli pitched their 2-person tent. I put my 1-person tent a little farther away, not because I didn't like them, but because I like space. I like being able to hear my own breathing. We filtered water. The creek was cold enough that it numbed my fingers. The smell of wet stone and leaf decay was clean, almost pleasant. The forest canopy made the light feel thinner than it should have been for that hour, like dusk arrived early under the trees. Eli kept taking pictures of the creek, of the fire ring of Nate's hands, tying knots of my map spread on a log like we were explorers. He loved capturing normal moments like they were rare. Nate unpacked the stove and checked the fuel with the same calm he brought to everything. I found myself watching him because something about his steadiness made the world feel stable. We built a small fire anyway, low and controlled. The flames licked at the air and made the clearing feel like ours. For a while it worked. I sat on a log, warming my hands, listening to the creek. I ate trail mix. Eli joked. Nate smiled when Eli said something genuinely funny. The sky above us was a narrow slice through branches already fading toward gray. The temperature dropped in slow increments, each one subtle enough that your body accepted it. It felt like the trip had finally started. Then, as I stood up to adjust a stake on my tent, I heard it. 2 faint sounds. Click, click. They were close enough that my shoulders tightened before my brain decided what to do with them. I froze, listening. Eli was across the fire ring, talking mid-sentence into his camera, his hands moving. Nate was crouched by his pack, zipping something closed. No one was holding trekking poles. No buckles were being snapped. No gear was being latched. The creek ran. The fire popped. And then there was nothing. Just quiet again, normal, almost too normal. I stared out toward the trees beyond the edge of the clearing. The shadows between trunks looked thicker than they should have. The light under the canopy flattened, making distance hard to judge. The forest didn't feel like a place anymore. It felt like a wall. I started and then stopped, because I didn't want to be the first one to say it. The first one to turn the trip into a story about nerves. Nate looked up. Our eyes met for a second. His expression didn't change, but something in it narrowed, like he'd heard it too, and decided not to name it. Eli kept talking, oblivious. He panned his camera around the clearing, catching the firelight and the creek and the trees that stood like silent spectators. I swallowed and sat back down on the log, forcing myself to relax my shoulders. This place was perfect. Flat ground, clean water, a fire ring, no sign of trouble. Just 3 normal guys doing a normal loop in a normal forest. That's what I told myself while the light drained out of the day and the trees tightened their grip around our little clearing and the creek kept running like it hadn't noticed anything at all. Chapter 1. The Register, Part 1.2. Campfire Flattening. By the time the sun dropped behind the ridge, the clearing felt smaller than it had an hour earlier. It wasn't that anything had changed, same creek, same trees, same ring of stones holding our little fire. But the light under the canopy didn't fade the way it does in open country. It thickened, it pooled. Shadows filled the spaces between trunks until the forest became a wall of dark, vertical lines, and everything beyond the reach of the flames might as well have been another world. The creek never stopped. That was the first thing I noticed, and later it became the thing I clung to. Water has a logic to it. It moves the way it moves, indifferent and reliable. It ran over stones with a constant hush and occasional glug, the same sound in the dark as it was in the afternoon. The fire did its own small work, popping, sighing, throwing sparks that rose and died. But the other sounds began to peel away. At dusk, there had been birds, little sharp calls from the canopy, the rustle of something moving through ferns. Even when the woods are quiet, there's usually texture. Wind in needles, a distant owl, the soft scrape of branches settling. That night, the texture thinned until it was just 2 things, water and fire. Eli didn't notice. Eli was the kind of person who fills silence by instinct. He talked about a guy at work who'd tried to microwave fish, about some documentary he'd watched, about how his new boots were already rubbing a blister. He made jokes about the killer tape on the spur trail, about the creepy old pickup at the trailhead. He was performing for the camera and for us, keeping the mood light, because that's what people do when they're trying not to think too hard. Nate listened with half a smile. His eyes stayed on the tree line more than they stayed on Eli's face. He wasn't staring like someone in a horror movie. It was subtler than that, little scans, like he was counting distance, measuring lines of sight. The way he'd look if he were crossing a street full of traffic. I caught myself doing it too. I told myself it was normal. You're in the woods at night. You watch. You listen. You're aware. Still, when Eli laughed loudly at his own joke, it sounded wrong, too big for the space we were in. The first branch snapped upslope behind us. Just a single crack. It wasn't loud enough to be dramatic. It wasn't a tree coming down. It was the sound of something stepping on dead wood and not realizing how cleanly it would break. The kind of sound you hear when a deer shifts its weight or a raccoon gets careless. I froze mid-bite trail mix stuck in my teeth. Eli kept talking for another sentence before he noticed my face. What he asked, mouth full. Nate didn't answer. Nate's head had already turned eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the firelight, his jaw tightening in a way I didn't like. We listened. Nothing. Then another snap, same direction uphill, followed by a pause long enough that my brain started reaching for explanations. Then another snap. Snap. Pause. Snap. The rhythm was the thing that got me. Animals don't usually move with that kind of restraint around a fire. They circle, they rustle, they do 100 tiny noises. This was deliberate, like something was trying to be careful and failing. Eli chuckled forced. "Polite bear," he said again. "Maybe it wants to borrow a cup of sugar." Nobody laughed. Nate stood up slowly. Not with panic, not with a sudden movement that would make the forest react. He rose like someone who didn't want to show he was nervous, like someone who decided suddenness was a mistake. He lifted his headlamp and aimed it toward the slope, but he didn't turn it on yet. That small choice told me more than words. Nate didn't want to shine light into the trees like a challenge. He wanted to see without announcing himself. I watched him and felt the back of my neck go tight. The creek ran. The fire popped. Another snap farther this time. Then silence. Nate exhaled through his nose, controlled, and sat back down. "Probably deer," he said, but his voice didn't sound like he believed it. It sounded like a sentence he was saying because it was the only sentence that didn't make things worse. Eli swallowed and glanced at the tree line. "Yeah," he said quickly. "Deer, for sure." We all started talking again, but it wasn't the same. We didn't decide to lower our voices. We didn't have a meeting about it. It just happened. The words shrank. The laughter died. Every time the fire popped louder than expected, all three of us flinched a little and then pretended we hadn't. At some point, I realized Eli had stopped filming. His phone was face down on his thigh, like he didn't trust it to be a comfort anymore. The fire seemed too bright. Then it seemed too small. Nate fed it one more stick and watched it flare. The flames rose through more light, and for a second the trees at the edge of the clearing looked closer, sharper. Shadows moved between trunks in that normal way shadows move when firelight shifts. But my brain didn't like it. "Let it burn down," Nate said softly. I nodded. Eli nodded too fast. We didn't want to put it out completely. Something about sitting in full dark felt like handing the forest what it wanted. But none of us wanted a big flame either. Big flame makes you visible. Big flame makes your little clearing feel like a stage. So we let it settle into coals. The temperature dropped as the light dropped. The air around my knees felt colder than the air around my face. The kind of cold that creeps up from the ground like damp. We did our night routine without talking much about it. Nate and Eli zipped their tent with the practiced motions of people who've done this 1,000 times. I walked to my tent a little farther away, my headlamp beam jittering across the forest floor. Ferns, roots, wet dirt, the occasional glint of water between stones. As I knelt to tighten a guy line, I realized I could no longer see the creek. I could still hear it constant and patient, but the dark had swallowed everything else. The world beyond my headlamp beam was total. I checked the line again, made it taut, like tautness could translate into safety. Inside my tent, I laid my gear out the way I always do. Headlamp within reach. Phone on airplane mode. Map folded and tucked beside my sleeping pad. knife in the same spot near my right hand, where my fingers would find it without thinking. The knife wasn't a big dramatic thing. It was a normal folding knife, the kind you use to cut cord or open packets. I carried it because I always had. Still, I felt ridiculous as I touched it. What was I going to do? Fight a bear, fight a person, fight the woods? But I kept my hand on it longer than I needed to. The fabric of the tent felt thinner than it had in my living room when I'd tested it. Out there in the dark, nylon stops being material and becomes the only thing between you and everything you can't see. It's skin thin, breath thin, a membrane that holds your warmth like a secret. I zipped up and lay back listening. The creek ran. From Nate and Eli's tent, I heard a soft shuffle, then the sound of a zipper, then quiet. No wind in the canopy, no owl. The forest wasn't silent. It just lacked its usual noise, like it was listening back. I tried to sleep the way I always do on the first night, letting the exhaustion take me, letting the day's movement soothe my brain. But my body wouldn't drop fully into it. Every time I shifted, my ears snapped open again. I would drift, then wake. Drift, then wake. Time went strange. At some point, the coals outside died enough that the firelight vanished. My tent became a small black pocket, and then something touched it. At first, I thought it was my own imagination, a twitch, a dream fragment, a sensation of movement that my brain attached to the wrong source. Then the nylon pressed inward. Not hard. Not like a bear paw slamming it. Not like wind, because there wasn't wind. This was slow pressure, steady, like a hand placing itself against the fabric and pushing just enough to test resistance. The tent wall moved until it kissed my cheek. Cold nylon against warm skin. I smelled it, plastic and damp, that faint chemical smell tents always have mixed with the damp smell of the outside air. It filled my nose and made my stomach flip. My whole body locked. I didn't breathe, or I tried not to. My lungs burned almost immediately. The pressure held for half a second, long enough that I knew I wasn't dreaming, and then eased away. The fabric snapped back into place with a tiny, soft sound like a sigh. Nothing else moved. No footsteps. No rustle in the ferns. No retreat. Just the creek still running as if nothing had happened. My heart hammered so hard it made my throat tight. I kept my hand on the knife, but it felt like a child's toy against the weight of the dark. I stared at the tent wall, waiting for a shadow to pass across it. Nothing. My brain tried to argue with what my skin had felt. Maybe a branch fell. Maybe a raccoon jumped. Maybe I shifted and the wall touched me, and my half-asleep mind turned it into something else. But I hadn't shifted. I'd been still, and the pressure had been deliberate. I slowly, carefully moved my arm toward my watch. The movement felt loud, absurdly loud, like the fabric of my sleeping bag was a siren. I forced myself to go slower to minimize the sound. The watch face glowed faintly. 2:41 a.m. The number hit me in a weird way, like it mattered, even though it shouldn't. Like the night had a schedule and I had just been notified. I held my breath again and listened harder. That's when I heard it. A whisper so soft at first my brain tried to interpret it as the creek shifting, as air moving through needles. But there was no wind, and the creek's sound was steady. This had shape, consonants, a human mouth forming sound. My name. Not shouted, not called, whispered like someone leaning close to be polite. The way someone might whisper your name to wake you without waking the whole room. Except the end of it was wrong. The last sound stretched oddly, like the speaker didn't understand how to stop. like they had heard my name and memorized it, but hadn't learned the cadence that makes it belong to a person. My skin prickled. My hands went numb. I did not answer. I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth because I was suddenly terrified that my breathing would become a sound I couldn't control. The whisper came again closer. I could almost imagine lips near the fabric breath warming the nylon. Then two small sounds, sharp and controlled, click, click, like someone tapping their tongue, like a signal. My mind flashed back to the tape on the spur trail, bright and fresh, placed where eyes would land. That same sense of something deliberate, something that wanted me to notice. I felt like prey that had just realized the hunter was close enough to touch. From somewhere beyond my tent, low and tight, came Nate's voice, barely louder than the whisper. "You hearing that?" he breathed, and the relief that hit me was almost as terrifying as the sound itself, because it meant I wasn't alone in this. It meant it was real. Chapter 1. The Register, Part 1.3. It uses Eli's voice. For a few seconds after Nate spoke, all I could hear was my own blood. It pulsed in my ears like a second heartbeat. The tent felt too small, like the air inside had been used up by fear. I lay there staring at the nylon wall, as if I could force it to become transparent through willpower alone. I could picture Nate in his tent, just far enough away that the darkness between us felt like an ocean. I could picture Eli, too younger and louder and suddenly silent, wrapped in sleeping bag fabric, probably holding his phone like it was a charm that didn't work anymore. I whispered back the word, barely more than breath. "Yeah." The moment the sound left my mouth, I regretted it. It felt like stepping on a twig in the dark. It felt like giving the forest something to measure. From Nate's tent came a pause, then his voice again, a notch harder. "Keep it down." Eli's whisper followed, thin and shaky. "What is it?" Before I could answer, even before I could think of something rational enough to offer him, the whisper outside my tent stopped. Not faded, not drifted away. Stopped as if whoever was making it had decided to listen. The creek ran. The world held still around it. Then from somewhere between our tents and the water came Eli's voice. Not Eli whispering from his tent. Eli's normal talking voice, the one he used when he was telling a story in a bar. The one he used when he was doing a stupid impression of our boss. The one he'd used earlier that evening while filming and laughing. "Hey," it said, casual as anything. "You guys awake?" My stomach turned over. The sentence sounded right. The tone was right. For half a heartbeat, my body reacted the way bodies do when they recognize someone familiar. There was a tiny, stupid urge to answer back, to say, "Yeah, what's up?" like this was just a normal moment between friends. Then the wrongness arrived. It was in the timing. The way the words were spaced. Like someone had learned the sound of Eli's voice, but not the muscle memory of conversation. Like the sentence didn't land naturally, it landed like a coin dropped on a table. From Eli's tent, Eli whispered, strangled with panic, "That's not me." Nate answered him without looking, voice low and sharp. "Shut up." Not cruel, protective. A command the way you tell a kid to freeze when a car is coming too fast. Outside, Eli's voice came again. "Come on," it said, the same casual warmth. "You guys awake?" It wasn't louder. It didn't get angry. It didn't demand. It just repeated itself like it was practicing. I gripped the knife until the handle hurt my palm. My fingers felt clumsy and numb. The idea of unzipping my tent even an inch felt impossible. The nylon was the only thing I could control, the only boundary that still existed. The voice moved, not with heavy footfalls, not with crunching steps, with that careful rhythm I'd heard earlier up the slope. A twig snap. Pause, twig snap. It circled our dying fire ring like it was tracing the edge of our little world. The sound of it was subtle, but it was close enough that I could imagine the shape of a person out there. I could imagine a silhouette, shoulders, head, arms hanging at sides. That imagination was worse than not knowing. Nate's voice came again, barely audible. "Don't answer it." "I'm not," Eli whispered, and I could hear tears in his breath. Outside, the voice stopped speaking. The pause stretched. The creek kept running, and then very softly, the thing outside made a sound that was almost a laugh. Almost. It was one breath pushed out with a faint edge of sound, like somebody testing how laughter works. Like a machine trying an imitation and waiting to see if it passed. It was not the sound of joy. It was the sound of something trying a tool. My skin erupted in goose flesh. I pressed my face into my sleeping bag to keep my teeth from chattering. The idea that it could hear the smallest sound, that it was close enough to hear the shape of our fear, made my throat tight. After that exhale, the silence that followed felt thick, not peaceful, weighted, as if the forest itself had leaned closer. I lay there staring into the darkness, waiting for the tent wall to press inward again, waiting for my name, waiting for the zipper of Nate's tent, waiting for something, anything that would break the tension. Nothing came. The thing did not scratch. It did not slam a hand against nylon. It did not roar or charge or do anything that would have allowed me to categorize it as animal person or threat I could understand. It simply existed in the dark for a while, close enough to speak in my friend's voice. And then it withdrew, or maybe it just became quiet enough that we could no longer locate it. And that was the worst part. Because if it could become quiet, it could be anywhere. Time passed in pieces, 10 minutes, an hour, I don't know. My body stayed in the same rigid position until my muscles ached. Every time I felt myself start to drift, something small would yank me awake, an imaginary footstep, a shift of nylon, the fear that I'd missed a sound that mattered. At some point, I heard Nate unzip his tent a fraction, just enough to breathe air that didn't taste like nylon and sweat. The zipper sound was tiny, careful. Then it stopped. We did not sleep. We endured the night. When the sky finally began to lighten, it didn't happen all at once. The black turned to dark gray, and then the trees gained edges. The creek became visible again, silver movement between stones. The clearing returned in fragments. The world looked normal. That was the first insult of morning. Normal trees, normal moss, normal damp dirt. Our tents sitting where we'd pitched them like clean little triangles of human life. If someone had walked into that clearing at dawn, they would have thought we'd had a quiet, perfect night. They would have smelled the faint ash and assumed peace. We crawled out anyway like survivors. Eli emerged first, face drawn and pale hair sticking up in weird directions, eyes too wide. He looked like someone who'd aged 10 years in a few hours. Nate came out next. Movements controlled, jaw clenched, like he'd been grinding his teeth all night. He scanned the tree line immediately, not dramatically, just automatically, like a reflex he couldn't stop. I unzipped my tent and stepped out. The air hit my face cold and clean, and for a second, I wanted to believe the whole thing had been sleep confusion, 3 guys in tents, spooked by unfamiliar sounds. Then I saw it. A strip of bright orange survey tape was tied to a branch at the edge of our camp. Chest height, perfectly placed. The knot neat. The tails fluttering slightly in the faint breeze off the creek. It had not been there last night. I knew it the way you know you locked your front door. We'd sat by the fire. That branch was in view. That tape would have burned in my peripheral vision like a warning flag. Eli swore under his breath and stumbled backward like the tape had teeth. Nate walked toward it, slow, deliberate, and for the first time that morning, I saw his hands shaking. Just a little tremor, controlled but present, like his body was betraying the calm he wore. He reached out and touched the knot with 2 fingers. He jerked his hand back immediately, like the tape had been hot. Fresh, he said. The word landed hard. Fresh meant someone had been in our clearing. Close enough to tie it neatly. Close enough to stand there while we sat by the fire, while we talked, while we laughed. Close enough to hear us. Fresh meant the night hadn't been a dream. Eli stared at the tape like he couldn't look away. "Someone put that there," he whispered. While we were, "Yeah," Nate said, and his voice was flat now. "Yeah." I stepped closer, stomach tight, and followed the line of Eli's gaze beyond the tape. From that first strip, I could see another one deeper into the trees. Not far, maybe 20 yards. And beyond that, another flash of orange, faint but unmistakable, like a breadcrumb trail leading uphill away from the creek. A line, an invitation, a direction. Eli swallowed hard. "It wants us to follow it," he said, voice small. Nate didn't answer right away. He stared into the trees, eyes narrowed as if he expected something to step out and wave. Nothing stepped out. The woods held their shape, patient and blank. I turned my head slowly, scanning the clearing, the creek, our tents, the dying coals in the fire ring. Everything was normal except for the tape, and that made the tape feel like a signature, like proof of intent. I swallowed and tried to speak with a normal tone, like my voice could force the world back into categories. "Maybe it's hunters," I said, but even as the words came out, they felt thin. Hunters don't tie tape in a campsite at dawn. Hunters don't whisper your name through nylon and then speak in your friend's voice. Nate looked at me, and in his eyes I saw something I hadn't seen from him before. Not fear exactly. Calculation. He was replaying the night. The whisper, the tongue clicks, the wrong laugh, the tape. And then his gaze flicked past me back toward the direction we'd come from, the trail, the trailhead, the trail register box. His face tightened. I felt the same thought slide into place in my mind, cold and clean. We had written our names down. 3 names, neat letters. We had announced ourselves to the forest in ink. A trail register is supposed to be for safety, for accountability, for rescue. But standing there with that orange tape fluttering at the edge of our camp, it felt like something else. It felt like we'd signed in, like we'd put our names on a list and something out there had read it. Not as information, but as permission. Eli's voice shook. "Okay," he said. "Okay, so we pack. We leave. Now." Nate nodded once. "We're leaving," he said, and there was no room in his tone for pride or debate. I stared at the tape line leading into the trees. The orange flashes looked almost cheerful in the morning light, bright, clean, easy to see. That cheerfulness made me nauseous, because it didn't look like a warning. It looked like a path somebody wanted you to take. I thought about stepping closer just to see how far the line went. Just to prove to myself it was nothing. Just to satisfy that terrible human itch to look at what scares you. Nate's hand came up a quiet stop sign. He didn't touch me. He didn't need to. "Don't," he said. And I realized he wasn't talking to me like a friend. He was talking to me like someone who'd just watched an animal test a trap. We packed fast. We ate cold bars with hands that wouldn't stop trembling. We didn't make coffee. We didn't talk much. Every few seconds, Eli glanced into the trees like he expected to see himself standing there, smiling, asking if we were awake. I kept thinking about the notebook at the trailhead, the page with our names. I kept seeing the way the pen had scratched across paper, the way the ink had soaked in like a small, permanent thing. And as we shouldered our packs and turned away from the creek camp that had looked so perfect the night before, I understood something that made my mouth go dry. Whatever had whispered my name hadn't done it because it knew me. It had done it because it had been given my name. Because I'd written it down like a normal person on a normal Thursday, in a normal box, at a normal trailhead. And now the forest could answer roll call. Chapter 2. Marks Part 2.1 Pack Fast Eat Cold Morning should have fixed it. That's what my brain kept insisting as the gray light strengthened and the clearing returned to its familiar shapes. Morning is when you laugh at yourself. Morning is when you say, we were tired. We were jumpy. It was a deer. Morning is when fear gets filed away with the night. But the tape was still there. Bright orange, clean as fresh paint tied neatly at the edge of camp, like a ribbon on a gift you never asked for. Nate didn't look at it again. He didn't stand there thinking. He moved the way he moved when a decision had already been made somewhere deeper than his words. We're packing, he said. No, maybe. No, let's talk about it. Just a statement like gravity. Eli nodded so hard his hair shook. His face had that strained, washed-out look people get after adrenaline drains eyes, too bright skin, too pale. He kept swallowing like his throat didn't work right. I tried to be practical because practicality is my shield. We backtrack, I said, as if saying it out loud would turn the forest into a map again. Same way we came in. Yeah, Nate said. Eli pulled his phone out with shaking hands and started recording again. Not because he wanted content now, but because that's what fear does to some people. They reach for proof. His voice was quiet, almost embarrassed. If we die, he whispered into the camera, then swallowed and shook his head, as if hearing himself say it made him hate himself. No. If something happens, at least this exists. Don't, Nate said, but softer than before. Not a command this time. A plea. Eli stopped filming and shoved the phone into his pocket like it burned. We didn't make breakfast. That was the first sign of how wrong the morning felt. Normally, even when you're breaking camp, you take 10 minutes to heat water, to drink coffee, to chew something warm. You let your muscles wake up. You enjoy the tiny luxury of a hot cup in cold air. We didn't do any of that. We ate protein bars like medicine. Nate tore his open and chewed without tasting. Eli bit into his and immediately gagged, then forced himself to swallow because his body needed fuel even if his mind was stuck in the night. I took my bar and realized my hands were shaking so badly the wrapper crackled like loud paper in a church. I tried to make instant coffee anyway out of stubbornness. I poured cold creek water into my little stovepot, dumped in the coffee granules, and stirred with my finger because I couldn't find my spoon. The brown swirl looked like creek mud. I took one sip and almost threw it up. It was bitter and cold and wrong. I capped the bottle and shoved it into my side pocket untouched. We stuffed sleeping bags into sacks with frantic hands the way you pack when you're late for something important. The fabric fought back springy and stubborn, and the sound of it nylon on nylon felt too loud in the morning hush. Every few seconds I'd stop head tilted listening for something I couldn't name. The creek kept running. That was the only sound I trusted. Nate moved like he was trying not to create a pattern. It took me a moment to realize what I meant by that, and then it clicked in my mind like the tongue clicks from the dark. He didn't do anything suddenly. He didn't slam zippers. He didn't yank tent poles out of the ground with sharp movements. He worked in smooth, measured motions, like he was afraid that if he moved like a normal person, something out there would learn that too. Eli kept glancing toward the trees, not at any specific spot. His eyes slid over the forest like it was a crowd, and he didn't know which face belonged to the threat. I caught myself doing the same. At one point I said Nate and stopped. The name felt too loud. Eli's eyes snapped to me, and for a split second there was panic in them, like he expected Nate's voice to answer from the trees instead of from 10 feet away. Nate didn't react to the name, but his shoulders tightened. I swallowed and didn't say it again. We stopped using each other's names without deciding to. It happened the way our voices had gotten quieter the night before, automatic, unconscious, like our bodies had made a private agreement. Hey, you, over there. Short words, no identifiers, nothing that could be copied easily. That thought made my throat go dry. When the camp was gone, tents down, gear packed, fire ring cold. We stood for a moment with our packs on, looking at the orange tape one last time. In daylight, it looked almost harmless. A piece of plastic ribbon on a branch. Something you'd see on a survey stake along a road or marking a utility line in a neighborhood. Something you'd ignore. But out there in that clearing, it felt like a fingerprint. Eli shifted his weight and whispered, "Do we take it down?" Nate shook his head immediately. "No." Why, Eli asked, and his voice cracked. Nate stared at the knot, jaw clenched. "Because it wants us to touch it," he said, and the certainty in his tone made my stomach drop. We turned away and started walking. The first half-mile back felt unreal. The trail was the same packed dirt, the same roots, the same ferns. The light had that thin fall quality, like the sun was present, but holding itself back. The forest looked normal. That normality felt like a lie. We walked single file. Nate in front, me in the middle. Eli behind, because he wanted someone ahead and someone behind. He didn't say it, but I could feel it in the way he stayed close, in the way his footsteps matched mine, like he was afraid of the space that opens when you let someone drift. No one talked. Every time a branch creaked somewhere above us, Eli flinched like he'd been slapped. After a while, the trail angled upward and the creak sound faded behind us. Without that constant water noise, everything felt exposed. The silence spread out again, that same flattening, like the woods were pressing in. We reached the spur trail around late morning. The no motorized vehicles sign stood where it had before, nailed to a post, slightly crooked. The faint corridor of the old cutoff still disappeared into young trees like a forgotten hallway, and the tape was still there. But it wasn't one strip anymore. There were 3 pieces tied close together on the same branch, like someone had come back and reinforced it. 3 bright orange flags, clean and vivid, fluttering in the light breeze, as if they were proud of themselves. And there was a new strip tied to the sign itself. Not wrapped around the post in a lazy loop, the way a trail crew might mark something temporarily. This was tied neatly through a crack in the wood, the knot snugged the tails, hanging down in perfect view at eye level. Eli stopped so abruptly, I almost ran into him. "No," he breathed. "No way." Nate didn't touch it. He didn't even step off the trail toward it. He just stared with his face tight and pale, like he was looking at a living thing pretending to be plastic. "That wasn't there," Eli whispered. "I know," I said. Because I did know. I remembered the first strip. I remembered the joke. I remembered not touching it. And now it had multiplied overnight, like the forest had decided one was not enough. Eli pulled his phone out again, hands shaking, and filmed the signboard like it was evidence in a trial. "If we die," he started, then stopped breathing hard. He lowered the phone and swallowed. "Jesus, I can't stop saying it." "Don't," Nate said again, but his voice wasn't angry. It sounded tired. I stepped closer, not to touch the tape, but to study the placement. It was too perfect. The 3 strips were tied at exactly the height where a person standing on the trail would notice them. The one on the sign was placed where your eyes naturally landed when you looked for information. It wasn't random. It wasn't functional marking. It was staged. Hunters don't usually put bright tape on a public trail where anyone can see it. Trail crews don't tie multiple fresh strips overnight on the same branch without leaving any other signs of work. No cut brush, no tool marks, no flagged reroute, and no normal human being ties a neat knot at eye level and then comes back in the dark to do it again unless they want you to see it. Unless seeing is the point. My skin prickled. The thought came uninvited. It's not marking the trail, it's marking us. Nate started walking again without speaking, forcing movement, because movement feels like control. I followed and Eli stumbled after us, eyes still stuck on the orange fluttering behind. For the next quarter mile, the tape started appearing more often. Not every mile, not every half mile, every few dozen yards, always on the uphill side, always at the height where a standing adult's eyes would catch it, always bright and new. Once I counted in my head without meaning to 25 steps, then another strip, 30 steps, another strip. Like a metronome. Eli whispered behind me, "It's like someone's hurting us." Nate didn't answer. He just kept walking, shoulders, stiff hands, clenched around his trekking poles, even though he wasn't using them much. We didn't say each other's names. Not once. The silence between us wasn't just fear anymore. It was strategy. Every time I almost said Eli to check if he was still right behind me, I swallowed the word and replaced it with, "You okay?" Eli would answer with a tight, "Yeah," like even that syllable was dangerous. And as we moved through the trees under that thin fall light with orange strips appearing again and again, like breadcrumbs laid by an impatient hand, I felt a cold understanding settle in my gut. Whatever had spoken last night hadn't just learned how voices sound. It had learned what people do when they're trying to be safe. And it was using that knowledge to guide us quietly, politely, one bright little flag at a time. Chapter 2. Marks, Part 2.2. Footsteps behind clicks reply. By mid-morning, the trail should have felt safer. That's the lie daylight tells you. Darkness makes everything possible. Daylight is supposed to narrow the world back down into reasonable shapes. Trees, rocks, distance you can measure, danger you can see coming. But the deeper we walked, the more the day started to feel like another kind of cover. Like the sun wasn't protecting us, like it was simply revealing how much of the forest could look normal, while something wrong moved just outside of proof. We kept a hard pace. Not running, not frantic, but the kind of walk where you don't stop to admire anything. The kind where you count miles without realizing it, because each mile is a small victory. The orange tape kept appearing, but it began to feel less like a path marker and more like a commentary. Like the woods were leaving us notes we weren't allowed to read. Nate never turned fully around anymore. He would glance over his shoulder occasionally, quick and tight, like a soldier checking his six. Eli walked close enough behind me that I could hear his breathing when he got anxious. I stayed in the middle, the unwilling hinge between them. We didn't talk. When I did try, when I opened my mouth to say something normal, something like, "We're fine, we're almost out," the words tasted stupid. The forest didn't care about reassurance. The first time we heard footsteps behind us, it was far enough that my brain tried to ignore it. A single snap, a branch breaking under weight. Then a pause. Then another snap. The sound came from behind us on the trail, maybe 100 yards back. Far enough that you couldn't see it, close enough that you could imagine it. I stopped so abruptly my pack shifted on my shoulders. Eli bumped into me, made a small, startled noise, and then froze, too. Nate stopped without turning at first. He stood perfectly still, head slightly tilted, listening with his whole body. Snap. Pause. Snap. The rhythm again. Not a deer bounding away, not a squirrel scatter. It was controlled, careful. Like whoever or whatever was back there wanted us to know it was there, but didn't want to get too close too fast. Eli whispered, almost pleading. "Do you hear that?" I nodded without looking at him. Nate lifted one hand palm down the universal signal for silence. Then he turned slowly, like sudden movement might change the rules of the moment. He stared down the trail behind us. The path curved, dipped, disappeared into trees. The sunlight filtered through branches in pale sheets. If someone had been there, they were hidden by a few simple turns and the density of trunks. Nate's jaw worked once, a muscle shifting near his ear. Then he called out loud and firm, "Hello." The sound of his voice felt wrong in the woods. Too human, too bright. It shot down the trail and died in the trees without echoing. No answer. The footsteps stopped. Not faded, not drifted away. Stopped like a switch flipped. For a heartbeat, the only sound was the distant creak we'd left behind and the soft tick of something in the canopy. Nate kept staring, eyes narrowed. "Hello?" he said again, quieter, but still direct. Nothing. Eli swallowed hard. I could hear it. He was crying without making the sound of crying, tears held behind his eyes, breath tight. I started to say, "Keep moving," but Nate moved first. He turned back around and started walking again, without looking at us, forcing momentum into the moment, like it was the only thing that could keep the world from closing. We followed. For a minute, I almost convinced myself it was a hiker behind us. Someone who'd left camp later, someone who'd heard Nate's call and stopped to avoid an awkward interaction. People do that. The woods make strangers feel too close, too intimate. Maybe someone didn't want to be seen. Then, from the trees off the right side of the trail, close enough that it felt like it came from shoulder height, we heard it. Click, click. Two soft, controlled sounds like a tongue tapping behind teeth. It wasn't loud. That made it worse. Eli made a sharp little noise in his throat and grabbed my pack strap. Nate stopped mid-step, body going rigid. The clicks came again, slightly farther back, as if responding. My stomach flipped as if I'd missed a step on stairs. The sensation wasn't fear like panic. It was the colder feeling of recognition, the feeling you get when something in a pattern repeats, and you realize you're not imagining it. Nate turned his head slowly toward the trees, but he didn't step off the trail. He didn't shine his light. He just stared into the green-shadowed space between trunks, as if he could force a shape to appear. Nothing appeared. The forest looked blank and innocent. And still I knew we'd been answered. We walked faster after that, each of us pretending we were choosing speed for efficiency, and not because something had started communicating with us. A half-mile later, the smell arrived. It rolled over the trail in a faint, sour wave, so subtle at first, I thought it was my own sweat turning cold under my pack straps. Then it sharpened, becoming distinct enough that my mouth filled with saliva in that pre-nausea way. Wet rot. Not the normal earthy decay of the forest floor. This was heavier, sweeter in the wrong way, like leaves left in a sealed plastic bag for too long. Underneath it was something metallic, like pennies warmed in a sweaty palm, like old blood that's been rinsed, but not gone. My stomach tightened. I slowed without meaning to, breathing through my mouth as if that helped. Eli whispered behind me, voice thin. You smell that. I didn't want to answer, because answering made it real, but my face must have done it for me. Eli made a soft, broken sound, like he was trying not to gag. Nate didn't ask. He must have smelled it too. His shoulders rose slightly, and for the first time I saw him do something he hadn't done yet. He tightened his grip on his trekking poles as if they were weapons knuckles whitening. We kept moving. The smell faded after a few minutes, but it left a residue in my throat. It left a memory. Like the trail had briefly opened into a place it didn't want us to fully enter. Then we started seeing the small things. At first it looked like nothing, just woods debris arranged in a slightly odd way. A small pile of sticks laid across a flat rock, as if someone had set them there, not dropped them. A line of pebbles arranged neatly at the base of a tree, too symmetrical to be accidental. A broken branch stuck upright in the dirt like a tiny signpost. Each one by itself could have been nothing. Kids do weird stuff. Hikers get bored. People leave markers. But it kept happening, and it always happened the same way, just off-center, just inside the edge of your peripheral vision, placed where your eyes would naturally land as you walked. Like the forest was pointing without using a finger. Eli noticed too. I could tell by the way he kept darting glances to the side and then back to the trail, like he didn't want to look directly at the details, like he was afraid his attention was currency. This feels... He started, then stopped because he couldn't find a word that didn't sound insane. Nate answered without looking back. Just keep moving. But his voice didn't have the firmness it usually did. It had strain, as if he was holding the rational script in place by force. We reached a seep around noon. It wasn't a real stream, just a patch of wet ground where water trickled out of a mossy slope and pooled in a shallow depression. The kind of place you use when you have to, when you don't want to push miles on half-empty bottles. We stopped because we needed to, not because we wanted to. Nate crouched with the filter. I crouched beside him. Eli crouched beside me. Without anyone saying it, we formed a tight triangle, shoulders nearly touching. Our backs didn't fully press together, but they were close enough that it felt like we were trying to become one shape, one unit, so the woods couldn't pick one of us off. The silence around the seep was uncanny. The water didn't babble like a creek. It whispered. A thin, fragile sound that didn't fill the space. I could hear Eli's breathing. Fast, controlled, too loud in his own head. Nate filled a bottle, hands steady through sheer will. The filter gurgled. That small domestic sound water passing through plastic felt absurdly intimate out there. Then we heard the clicking again. Not on the trail this time. From uphill off to our right in the trees. Click, click. Eli flinched so hard he almost dropped his bottle. Water sloshed, darkening the dirt. Nate's head snapped up. He scanned the slope, eyes hard, jaw clenched. The clicking came again, same direction, same spacing, like a signal repeated. Then from behind us on the trail we heard my voice. Guys, it said clear as day. Wait up. For a fraction of a second, my brain tried to locate me behind us, like reality could split, and I could be both the one crouched at the seep and the one jogging up the trail. The impossibility of that made my vision sharpen. The world narrowed to edges. Eli grabbed my sleeve with a grip that hurt fingernails digging through fabric. His face twisted in panic and shame, like he couldn't believe he was the kind of person who needed to grab another grown man to stay upright. No, he whispered, barely moving his lips. No. Nate stood up fast, too fast, the first sudden movement he'd made all day. Show yourself, he snapped, voice full of anger now, not fear. Anger as armor. No answer. The clicking moved. Not physically, not with footsteps we could track, just relocated. Suddenly, It came from farther left, then farther right, as if the sound itself could step through the trees without a body needing to follow. My own voice came again from behind us, a little closer. "Come on, wait up." The tone was perfect. My casual hiking voice, the one I use when someone's lagging and I'm not worried. It made my stomach drop harder than any scream could have, because it meant something had listened to me enough to get the exact shape of my normal. Eli shook his head violently, eyes squeezed shut, like he could erase it by refusing to see. "Stop," he whispered to no one. "Stop." From the trees to our left, Eli's voice suddenly called out, his normal voice, not a whisper, not a tremble. "Stop," it said. "Stop. I hurt my ankle." Eli's face went white. He stared at the ground, shaking. I didn't say that he mouthed. I didn't. Nate didn't wait for more. He shoved the filter into his pack, capped the bottles half full without caring, and hissed, "Go. Now." We moved as a unit, pushing back onto the trail with wet hands and half-filled bottles, leaving the seat behind like it was cursed. As we started walking again, I felt Eli's hand still on my sleeve for another few steps, like he didn't trust the distance between us. I didn't shake it off. I understood with a cold clarity that made my mouth taste like metal. Daylight hadn't stopped anything. It had just given it more room to play. Chapter 2. Marks Part 2.3. The Bouquet. We didn't run. Not at first. Running feels like surrender. Running makes you loud. Running makes you careless. And somewhere in the part of my brain that was still pretending this was a solvable problem, I believed that if we stayed controlled, if we stayed on the trail, if we kept moving with purpose, we could outrun whatever game the woods were playing without ever admitting it was a game. So we walked fast. Fast enough that my calves started to burn. Fast enough that Eli's breathing turned ragged behind me. Fast enough that Nate's trekking poles began to click against rocks in short, efficient taps that sounded too much like the other clicking and made my skin crawl. We kept our eyes forward. We tried to keep our attention narrow like horses with blinders. It didn't matter. The voices stayed with us, slipping around the edges of our hearing like hands in dark water. From behind us, my voice again, casual, coaxing. "Guys, wait up." From the left, Eli's voice, sharp, urgent. "Stop, stop, I hurt my ankle." From ahead, Nate's voice, only it wasn't Nate, not really. It had his pitch, but none of his warmth. It was his voice emptied out, stripped down to a tool. "Come here." Nate didn't respond. His face was set, jaw clenched so tightly I could see the muscle twitch. He stared at the trail in front of him, as if the dirt itself might give him instructions. Eli stumbled once, catching a toe on a root. I reached back without looking and grabbed the strap of his pack to steady him. His shoulder jerked under my hand like he'd forgotten what touch felt like. "I'm fine," he whispered, but his voice wasn't fine. It was small. It was a child's voice trying to sound like an adult. The clicking moved again. That was the only word for it, moved. Not louder, not softer, not closer in the way footsteps get closer. It simply relocated like a sound could choose positions in the woods, the way a person chooses seats in a theater. Click, click. From the right. We sped up. Click, click. Now from the left. Eli made a broken sound, half sob, half gasp. Nate hissed, barely moving his lips. "Don't answer it." "I'm not," Eli whispered back, and I could hear the tremor in him like a vibrating wire. The trail climbed onto a bench where the trees thinned slightly. The light brightened as if we'd entered a less dense part of the forest. In any other circumstance, I would have felt relief. More light means more visibility. More visibility means safety. But the openness made it worse. With more light, I could see farther between trunks, and that meant I could see more emptiness. More spaces where something could stand perfectly still and be missed by the brain until it decided to notice. We passed another strip of tape, then another, always eye level, always placed like a message, always too clean. Eli started muttering under his breath. Not words I could understand, just a low, constant sound, like he was trying to keep his mind from breaking open. He sounded like someone praying without faith. Ahead, Nate stopped so suddenly I almost collided with him. He lifted one hand. Freeze. We froze. The forest around us went quiet again, that flattening silence that felt like pressure. Even the wind, if there had been wind, seemed to stop. Then my voice came from behind us, closer than before. "Hey," it said, friendly. "Come on." Eli flinched like he'd been hit. He made a sound between a whimper and a cough and clapped one hand over his mouth. Nate turned slightly and shouted, voice cutting through the trees like a blade. "Stop!" It was the first time he'd yelled since the trailhead. The sound echoed faintly, then died. For a second, just a second, there was nothing. No clicking, no voices, no response. My pulse hammered. A stupid hope rose up in me, maybe yelling worked. Maybe you could disrupt it by refusing the script. Then from somewhere off the trail to our right, I heard Nate's voice. "Come here." Same words as before, same pitch, but wrong. Like a recording played through a cheap speaker, stripped of the tiny living variations that make a voice belong to a person. Nate's face went tight with rage and fear. His mouth opened, then closed. He was fighting the instinct to answer his own voice as if it were a question. Eli whispered, panicked, "How is it doing that?" No one answered him because there wasn't an answer that didn't sound insane. We started moving again, faster, almost a jog now, boots thudding harder on the packed dirt. The clicking resumed, but not in one spot. It started appearing on both sides like a perimeter being drawn. Click, click, right, click, click, left. It wasn't random. The timing had intention, like it was making sure we knew we were inside something. My shoulders tightened until they ached. I held my arms closer to my sides like I was trying to make my body smaller. The trail felt narrower than it had a mile ago, as if the trees had edged inward without changing position. Then, without warning, I heard a whisper right next to my ear. My name. Soft. Close. Wrong at the end. So close I felt the air shift against my skin. My entire body reacted before my mind could. I spun arms up, heart punching against my ribs, and my boot slipped on a root. I stumbled sideways, almost went down hard, catching myself with one hand on a tree trunk. There was nothing there. Just ferns. Just shadow. Just the normal empty space between trunks. But my skin prickled as if something had brushed past. Eli made a strangled sound behind me. What? Keep moving!" Nate snapped and his voice cracked slightly, the first visible fracture in his control. We moved. We moved like the trail was a rope and we were clinging to it. A few minutes later, we heard the laugh again. Longer this time. Not full-bodied, not joyful, just a stretched-out exhale with sound in it, like someone holding the note of a laugh because they'd learned that laughter is supposed to last longer when it's pleased. It came from ahead of us. Nate stopped again, eyes fixed forward. I followed his gaze and saw it. At first, my brain refused to interpret it. It looked like an accident, like a burst of bright color caught in branches. Then it resolved into a shape. A cluster of orange survey tape tied together at eye level, 5 or 6 strips, knotted and shredded, so they hung like a bouquet. Like a grotesque decoration. Like someone had taken a roll of tape and torn it into pieces just to make more flags, more signals, more insistence. The knot in the center was thick, tight, deliberate. The tape fluttered slightly and tails moving with the faintest breeze as if it was alive enough to breathe. Eli stopped and whispered, voice breaking, "That wasn't there." I believed him. Because it didn't feel like something that had been there waiting. It felt like something made fresh, placed for us at the exact height where our eyes would meet it like a forced handshake. Nate stared at it for a long time without moving. His face had gone hard the way it gets when a person realizes they're being manipulated and hates themselves for still feeling the pull. "It's trying to make us look," he said. He didn't say it's trying to scare us. He didn't say it's trying to hurt us. He said look, because looking was part of the trap. Eli swallowed, tears shining in his eyes. "What happens if we look?" Nate didn't answer. He stepped forward and walked past the bouquet without touching it, without even turning his head fully toward it. Like he was walking past a car wreck and refusing to rubberneck. I followed, staring straight ahead, jaw clenched so tight my teeth hurt. As I passed the cluster, I felt something in my body pull toward it. A sick curiosity. A need to confirm it was real. A desire to see how it was tied, to prove it was human hands, to reduce the horror to something physical. I didn't give in. Eli passed last, moving with small, tight steps. His eyes flicked toward the tape for half a second, just a glance, and he flinched as if he'd been burned. We kept going. After the bouquet, the trail began to change in a way that was subtle but undeniable. The trees seemed to stand closer together. The underbrush thickened. The light thinned again, becoming flat and colorless. The air felt heavier, damp, even though we weren't near water. The orange tape started appearing more often. Not a strip every 50 yards, a strip every 20. Sometimes 2 strips close together. Sometimes tape tied in ugly knots around trunks. Sometimes a neat bow at eye level like the one on the spur sign. It stopped feeling like we were hiking through a forest and started feeling like we were walking down a corridor someone had decorated. A hallway made of trees. A hallway where the walls could listen. Eli whispered behind me, voice hoarse, "This is insane." Nate didn't slow down. "Keep your feet," he said, like that was the only rule left. We pushed on fast, almost jogging now, lungs burning, sweat cold on our backs. The trail bent and dipped and rose through that hallway of trunks, and with each orange flutter in our peripheral vision, the sense of being guided tightened. Not chased, guided. And somewhere in the woods around us, the clicking answered our movement like a heartbeat. We weren't allowed to control. Chapter 3. The Fork That Isn't There. Part 3.1. 2 trails, no map, the trail should not have forked. That's the kind of sentence you don't think matters until it does. Most people assume a trail is just dirt through trees, something that bends around obstacles and occasionally splits when it needs to. But if you've spent enough time in backcountry, you start trusting the invisible rules of it. The way switchbacks make sense. The way water pulls paths downhill. The way established trails don't just reinvent themselves overnight, without signs, without scars, without a reason. We had been moving hard for hours, pushing toward the trailhead, with a stubborn momentum that felt like the only defense we had. The forest around us had turned into that constructed hallway tape at eye-level tape on trunks tape, in clusters like bouquets, until the orange flashes became a kind of language we were trying not to read. And then the language changed. The corridor widened abruptly, and the trail flattened into a bench where the trees spaced out just enough for light to leak through. I remember thinking in a stupid, reflexive way, good, more visibility. I remember almost feeling relief. That relief lasted about 5 seconds. Because the dirt path in front of us split cleanly in 2. A fork, not a faint side trail. not a barely visible cutoff with a little alternate route feel. This was a real fork, two paths of similar width and use both packed and worn, both curving away through the trees with the same confidence. There was no signpost, no marker, no carved arrow, no blaze on a trunk. Just dirt dividing like a river into two streams. Nate stopped so fast his trekking poles bit into the ground. I stopped behind him. Eli stopped behind me. Our little single-file line became a tight cluster without anyone deciding it. For a moment, none of us spoke. It was one of those moments where your brain tries to make the world cooperate. It tries to say, "This is normal." Trails fork all the time. But the map in my head didn't match what my eyes were seeing. I pulled my paper map out of the zip bag like it was a holy thing. The plastic crackled. The sound felt too loud in the sudden stillness. I unfolded it on my thigh, smoothing the creases with cold fingers. One trail, one line, one curve that descended toward the trailhead. No fork. I traced the printed line with my thumb, then looked up again. Two trails. Eli's breathing got louder. It wasn't sobbing, not yet, but it had that tightness of someone trying to control panic through force. "This is not," he started. And then the words broke into something sharper. "This is impossible." His fear had turned into anger the way it does when the mind needs a weapon. Anger at the trail. Anger at us. Anger at the fact that reality was not doing what it was supposed to do. Nate didn't answer him. Nate was already digging into the top pocket of his pack with quick, efficient movements. He pulled out his GPS unit, an actual handheld device, not a phone app. Something he trusted because it was built for this. He held it up and stared at the screen face lit faintly by the dull glow. "Hold on," he muttered. His voice was too calm, too controlled. Like if he said it calmly enough, the device would fix the forest. I leaned in, eyes flicking from the fork to the GPS and back. Eli hovered close enough that his shoulder touched mine, and I realized with a jolt that he had stopped giving himself space. He didn't want air between us. Air meant distance. Distance meant being singled out. Nate tapped a button. The GPS beeped softly. He frowned. "The trail should be here," he said, more to himself than to us. "One trail." I forced my voice to stay even. "Maybe the map's outdated." Nate shook his head slowly. "Not like this." Eli's eyes were wild. "So which one do we take?" Nate didn't immediately answer. He took a few steps down the left fork, careful scanning the ground like he expected the dirt to tell him something. The left path sloped slightly downward, which made sense. Trailhead would be lower. Water and gravity, logic and habit. He glanced down at the GPS, then back up. Then he stepped back, crossed the split, and took a few steps down the right fork. The right path stayed level for a moment before curving away. It looked just as used. The dirt was packed the same. There were footprints and both faint impressions in dust and damp. Nate checked the GPS again. His face tightened. They both. He started and stopped. His jaw shifted as if he didn't like the words he was about to say, what Eli demanded. His anger cracked into desperation. "What do you mean?" Nate swallowed. "They both sort of match," he said finally. The sentence hung in the air like smoke. It didn't make sense. It couldn't make sense. A GPS doesn't sort of match two different physical paths unless one of the paths is not where it says it is, or the device is wrong, or something is lying. I felt the hair lift on my arms, not from cold, but from that deep instinct that recognizes a rule breaking. I glanced at the trees around the fork. They looked normal. The canopy was a familiar tangle of needles and branches. Sunlight filtered through in pale streaks. There was no fog, no obvious distortion. The world looked clean and ordinary, but the quiet had returned. That same flattening, dial-turned silence. No birds, no wind. Even the small sounds of our movement seemed to get swallowed before they could travel. The plastic map crinkling, Nate's boots scuffing dirt, Eli's sharp breathing. It all sounded muted, like we were inside a room with thick carpet. Maybe. I started and couldn't finish. Maybe what? Maybe the trail crew rerouted. Maybe an animal path got worn in. Maybe this is all a prank. The words felt pathetic. The forest didn't care about my maybe. Eli rubbed his face hard with both hands, dragging his palms down like he was trying to wipe panic away. His cheeks were raw. "This is insane," he said. This is not how trails work." Nate's eyes flicked up from the GPS and landed on the fork itself, on the way the dirt split so cleanly. His expression wasn't just fear now. It was something colder. He was thinking about intention, not accident, not coincidence. Design. I glanced down again, and my stomach tightened, because there on the uphill side of the fork, right at the point where the paths divided, was a strip of orange tape tied to a branch. Not a cluster this time. Just one strip. Neat knot. Eye level, tails hanging down like a small, polite gesture. Like a suggestion. My throat went dry. Eli saw it too and let out a sound that wasn't quite a sob and wasn't quite a laugh. "Of course," he whispered. "Of course it's here." Nate stared at the tape without touching it. He didn't need to touch it to understand what it meant. The fork wasn't just a fork. It was a choice being offered, a choice being staged. And we were standing there like idiots trying to solve it, like it was a normal hiking problem. Behind us, from back the way we'd come, the clicking sounded again. Closer this time. Click, click. Eli flinched violently, head snapping toward the sound. His breath hitched, and for a second his eyes looked like an animal's pure flight, no thought. The clicks came again, and I realized something that made my stomach clench. It wasn't coming from one side. It was coming from directly behind the split, from the shared portion of trail, as if whatever was making it had come up to the fork too. As if it was waiting for us to pick. Nate lifted his head slowly. His face was pale under the tree-filtered light. The GPS hung in his hand like a useless charm. He looked at the left fork. He looked at the right fork. He looked at us. And in that moment, I felt something shift in the air, like the forest had leaned in attentive, the way an audience leans forward when the story reaches the point where the character makes the wrong decision. Eli's voice broke anger, turning to a pleading whine. "We can't just stand here." "I know," Nate said, and his voice was low and tight. "We pick." The clicking sounded again behind us. Click, click. And the orange tape fluttered at eye level like it was smiling. Chapter 3. The Fork That Isn't There. Part 3.2, Corridor of Tape. We chose left because left made sense. That was the reason I clung to later when I replayed the moment. Like a bad clip, I couldn't stop rewinding. Left went down. Trailheads are lower. Roads are lower. Rivers cut downward, and so do people when they're trying to get out. The left fork looked like the honest path, the one that belonged to gravity and routine and normal map logic. Nate didn't say left like it was a decision. He said it like it was a conclusion. Down, he murmured, and stepped onto the left trail without hesitation. I followed my boots, landing on packed dirt that felt familiar underfoot. Eli followed close behind me, so close I could feel the heat of his breath through my jacket when he exhaled too fast. For a few minutes, everything rewarded our choice. The left trail descended in a shallow curve. The trees opened slightly. Light filtered through in broader sheets. The ground underfoot had that compacted, slightly gritty texture that tells you the path has been walked by hundreds of boots. There were a couple of old cut logs, clean saw marks, the kind trail crews leave when they maintain a route. Normal. I felt a stupid wave of relief rise in my chest, small, fragile, like the first warm sip of coffee after a cold night. Eli breathed out a shaky laugh, the sound almost hysterical. "Okay," he said. "Okay, we're good." "Where don't," Nate said without turning. Eli's laugh died immediately. He clamped his mouth shut like he'd been burned. We kept moving. My eyes stayed on the trail 10 feet ahead, locked on the pale dirt line like it was a rope. My brain tried to rebuild the world out of facts. Downhill equals trailhead, equals cars, equals people, equals safety. Then, about 5 minutes in, the first strip of tape appeared. It was tied to a branch on the right side of the trail, just above eye level, bright orange against green needles. Neat knot, clean tails. I saw it in my peripheral vision, and my stomach tightened. Another strip appeared not 10 yards later on the left side this time. Then another. Then another. At first I tried to tell myself it was just coincidence that we were intersecting some marked area, a survey zone, a property line. But the placements were too perfect, too symmetrical. They weren't off in the distance, marking a boundary. They were right at the edge of the trail, angled toward us like flags in a parade. Every 10 yards, every 5. Then sometimes 2 close together, like someone had decided we might miss one. They started appearing on both sides of the path, like posts in a hallway. And the worst part was how different they were. Some were tied neatly like gifts, tight knot tails hanging down in clean, even lengths. Others were wrapped around trunks in angry loops, twisted and knotted, as if someone had yanked the tape hard and didn't care how it looked. A few were tied in little bows, the kind you'd put on a present, absurdly domestic in the middle of the forest. It felt less like a trail and more like a passageway someone had decorated for us. Eli whispered behind me, voice hoarse. "This wasn't like this before." "No," I said, and the words scraped my throat. Nate didn't answer. His shoulders were stiff. His head stayed forward, but I could see his eyes flicking side to side, refusing to fully look at any single piece of tape for too long. "It's trying to make us look." That sentence from earlier had lodged in my brain like a splinter. We walked faster. The corridor tightened. The trees on either side seemed to stand closer now, not because they'd moved, but because the tape forced my attention to the edges. It gave the trail boundaries. It made the world feel constructed. Like the forest wasn't infinite anymore, like it had walls. Eli started breathing through his mouth. I could hear the wet click of his tongue when he swallowed. He was trying not to cry, and the effort of holding it back made his whole body tense. I wanted to tell him something comforting, something human, something like, "We'll be okay." But the words wouldn't come. Comfort felt like a lie. And then we heard movement in the brush to our right. Not careful footsteps. Not snap, pause, snap. This was heavier, clumsier. A push through leaves and branches, like something big shifting its weight, forcing its way through without caring how much noise it made. The sound came from just off the trail, close enough that I could picture the exact cluster of ferns it was moving through. Eli made a choking sound. Nate stopped so abruptly my pack strap jerked against my shoulder. He lifted one trekking pole instinctively, like it was a spear. His other hand hovered near the bear spray at his hip. The brush moved again. A low branch swayed outward and then snapped back, needles trembling. For a second, my mind screamed bear. That would have been a relief. Bears are terrible, but they're real. You can do bear math. You can stand your ground, talk low, back away, make yourself big. This didn't feel like bear math. This felt like something that knew we were watching. Eli whispered, voice cracking. I saw something. What did you see? I asked, hating myself for asking because the question gave the moment shape. He shook his head hard. I don't know. The brush shifted again, and through the gaps between trunks, just for a fraction of a second, I saw it too. A pale, vertical shape. Not a whole body. Not a face. Just a sliver of something too straight to be a tree trunk, too smooth to be bark, a pale column that didn't match the colors of the forest. Then it was gone, swallowed by the angle of branches. Eli's breath hitched. There he whispered urgently, pointing without lifting his arm fully, as if pointing was dangerous. Nate's voice snapped like a whip. Don't look for it. He said it the way you tell someone not to stare at a car wreck, because staring makes you crash too. But it was too late. Once you see a hint, once your brain registers that's not right, it starts scanning on its own. It's automatic. It's survival. Your eyes begin to hunt for patterns without permission. I tried to stop. I tried to keep my gaze on the trail, but my attention kept snagging on the edges between trunks, behind ferns, and the spaces where a shape could stand still. I caught myself looking. I hated myself for it. The air changed. I can't explain it in a scientific way. It wasn't temperature exactly. It was density. It felt wet, heavy, like mist had rolled in, even though the light was clear and my jacket wasn't damp. It was the same sensation you get right before rain when the world holds its breath. The smell returned stronger. Wet rot. Leaves in a sealed bag. Underneath pennies. Old metal, a faint sweetness that made my stomach clench. Eli gagged softly and covered his mouth with his sleeve. Nate kept moving, pushing us forward with sheer force of will. Keep your feet, he said again, and I realized he wasn't saying it for Eli anymore. He was saying it for himself. The tape corridor thickened as we went. Now it was every few yards, sometimes two pieces on the same branch, like double underlines. Sometimes tape wrapped around a trunk so many times it looked like a bandage. Sometimes a neat bow that felt like mockery. I started to notice something else. The tape wasn't random in height anymore. It kept clustering at face level, at the exact plane where our eyes lived. Like whoever placed it wanted to keep our attention pinned to the edges. Like if we kept looking at the tape, we wouldn't look deeper. Or we would. Either way, we would look. Eli whispered, voice breaking. This is like a hallway. He was right. The forest didn't feel like a forest anymore. It felt like a corridor someone had cut through it and lined with bright markers. A passage with rules. A passage that led somewhere. Nate's breathing had changed. Shorter, tighter. The calm competence that usually sat on him like a jacket was slipping. Not falling off completely, but fraying at the seams. He stopped once more, listening. The heavy movement in the brush had faded, but the feeling of presence had not. It was like being watched by something that didn't blink. We moved again, faster now, almost jogging. Packs bounced against our backs. Sweat cooled under our shirts. My mouth tasted metallic. The corridor of tape kept guiding our peripheral vision, dragging our eyes left and right like hands on a puppet. Every few steps, I'd see the orange flash, and my mind would briefly latch onto it. There's one, there's one, there's one, as if counting them would keep me from thinking about what might be standing just beyond them. But the pale, vertical hint had already infected my brain. Now every straight shadow looked suspicious. Every gap between trees felt like a doorway. The trail curved and dipped through the corridor, and the air stayed heavy and wet feeling, and the smell clung to us like invisible grime. And I kept scanning even while I told myself not to. Because once you know something can stand out there and be wrong, you can't stop your eyes from trying to catch it again. And the worst part was this. The corridor wasn't just marking our path. It felt like it was narrowing our options, like it was turning the woods into a constructed space where someone else decided where our attention went. A hallway decorated in bright orange, leading us deeper into a choice we'd already made. Chapter 3. The Fork That Isn't There. Part 3.3 Dead End/Trail Vanishes. The trail ended like someone had erased it. One moment we were moving through that orange-lined corridor, boots on packed dirt tape flashing at the edges, the air heavy enough to feel damp on my tongue, and the next, the dirt simply stopped. It didn't taper off into a faint animal path. It didn't become overgrown like an old route reclaimed by brush. It didn't lead to a viewpoint or a creek or a normal junction where you'd expect a sign. It ended in a wall of young trees and tangled branches, the kind of dense new growth that looks like it's been planted on purpose. Saplings packed tight, thin trunks crossing each other at awkward angles, brush woven through like wire. Green and alive and impenetrable. Nate took one more step forward, as if he could push reality back into place with momentum. His boot hit moss and needles instead of dirt, and he stopped so hard his pack jerked his shoulders. No Eli breathed behind me. His voice was small, almost childish. The word wasn't a protest. It was disbelief given one syllable. Nate stared at the wall of trees like it might blink. His jaw clenched so tight, the muscle jumped near his ear. He lifted his GPS again with a shaking hand and looked down at it like the screen had betrayed him. This isn't... He started. He didn't finish. There was nothing to finish with. There was no sentence that made this normal. I stepped forward and looked closely at the ground, desperate for physical logic. Trails leave marks. Packed dirt is a scar. It doesn't just vanish. But under our boots there was no scar. Just a soft carpet of moss, damp needles, little mushrooms pushing up like pale thumbs. The kind of forest floor you find when you step off a trail. The kind that has never been compressed by dozens of hikers. Eli's breathing sped up shallow and fast, like a dog panting. I turned slightly and saw his eyes wide wet, unfocused. His chest rose and fell too quickly. He was tipping into panic, the kind that makes you irrational and loud and likely to bolt. "I can't," he whispered, then again louder, "I can't." Nate spun on him, suddenly fierce. "Breathe," he snapped. Eli's eyes flicked to Nate like he didn't recognize him. His breath hitched. Nate stepped close, grabbed Eli's shoulder hard enough to make him flinch, and forced the command into his face. "In," Nate said. "In. Out. Do it. Now." Eli sucked air in like he was drowning, then exhaled in a shaking rush. Again. In. Out. Nate's grip stayed firm, not comforting, anchoring. I tried not to look at the wall of trees. I tried not to imagine the corridor behind us. I tried not to think about how long it had been since I'd heard birds. But my brain was already moving backward, already trying to map our retreat. "Back," I whispered, and the word came out rough. "We go back." Nate nodded, once eyes still locked on Eli, until Eli's breathing slowed a fraction. Then Nate turned, and my stomach dropped so hard it felt like falling. Behind us, there was no trail, no packed dirt line, no corridor of orange tape, no clear path cutting through trees. Just forest. Not an impenetrable wall like the dead end in front of us, worse in a way. This was open enough to be plausible, open enough that you could walk through it, but dense enough that you couldn't point to a single line and say, "That's where we came from." The orange flashes were gone. The tape that had been every 5 yards, every 10 was nowhere. The corridor had sealed. For a second, my mind refused to accept it. It tried to insist I was looking at the wrong angle. It tried to insist the trail was just to the side around a bend behind a trunk. I stepped past Nate and pushed into the brush where I thought the dirt should be my boots, sinking into moss with a soft, wet give. No, Eli whispered again, louder now, and his voice trembled into something close to a sob. No, no, no. I pushed aside a fern with my forearm, hunting for the compacted ground with the desperation of a man searching for a door in a burning building. My boot hit nothing but needles and soft earth. I took another step, feeling my pack shift, feeling branches scrape my sleeves. Moss. Moss everywhere. No dirt line, no crushed roots, no trail. My throat tightened. A hot, ridiculous urge to laugh rose in me, hysterical, defensive, and I swallowed it down hard. Laughing would have been the final surrender. Nate's voice came tight behind me. Don't go in there. I'm not, I lied, because I was already in there. I moved 2 feet farther, pushing through young branches, and felt the ground change. My foot sank into something softer than moss. Wet. Cold. It gave under my weight like mud. I froze mid-step balance, shifting, heart slamming in my ribs. I looked down. There was a shallow depression in the earth where my boot had sunk. A footprint. But not mine. Not just mine, anyway. Next to my boot print, half filled with water-dark muck, was another depression, longer and deeper, like the imprint of something that had stepped there recently. It was too long, too narrow, and it wasn't aligned the way human feet align when they walk. It was angled strangely, as if whatever made it didn't carry its weight the way we do. I stared at it and felt my skin go cold. Mud, Eli's voice came from behind, high and thin. Why is there mud? There shouldn't have been mud there. We hadn't been near a creek for a while. The forest floor had been damp but not saturated. This was wet enough to hold a deep imprint, wet enough to swallow the edges of a shoe print. I backed up slowly, carefully, lifting my boot out of the soft earth with a faint suction sound that made my stomach turn. As I stepped backward, my heel caught on a root and I stumbled. My hand slapped against a thin trunk to catch myself. The sapling bent under my palm like a reed. The forest felt too fragile and too alive, as if we were inside something that could close. Nate grabbed the back of my pack and yanked me out of the brush with a sharp, controlled motion, like pulling a dog away from traffic. "Stop," he hissed. I didn't resist. My legs felt watery. Eli had both hands on his head now, fingers tangled in his hair. His breathing started to speed again, the panic returning in waves. Where's the trail?" he gasped. "Where is it? Where is it?" Nate's eyes flashed. "Breathe," he snapped again. "Breathe! You don't do this! Not now!" Eli tried. He really tried. But his eyes kept darting to the trees behind us, as if he expected the corridor to suddenly appear again, like a stage curtain opening. It didn't. The woods stayed blank and indifferent, which was almost worse. My mouth tasted like metal. I swallowed and forced my voice to work. "We came this way," I said, pointing at nothing, because there was nothing to point at anymore. "We came from there." It sounded stupid. It sounded insane, like I was pointing at a wall and insisting there had been a door. The silence pressed down again. Not just the absence of birds, not just the absence of wind. A silence with weight, like the forest had turned its attention fully on us. And then the clicking started. Not far off, not somewhere vague in the trees. Right behind the thin curtain of leaves that separated the trail clearing from the brush. Click, click. Close enough that my spine went rigid. It came again slightly lower, as if whatever made it had crouched. Click, click. Eli made a sound like a strangled sob and backed into me. I felt his body shaking through his pack. Nate lifted his trekking pole again, jaw clenched, eyes locked on the place where the sound was coming from. He didn't step forward. He didn't shout. He didn't do anything dramatic. He stood like a man who understood that the wrong kind of attention could be fatal. The leaves at the edge of the brush trembled. Not from wind, from contact. Something on the other side shifting its weight, pressing lightly, testing. My stomach dropped so hard it hurt. I thought of the tent wall pressing into my cheek. The same testing pressure. The same intimate intrusion. Not an attack. A probe. Eli whispered, voice cracked. "It's right there." Nate didn't answer him. He stared, breathing shallow. I realized then that we were trapped between two impossibilities, a dead end in front and a vanished trail behind. We were in a pocket of woods that didn't connect to the rest of the world in a way we could navigate. Lost not in the sense of we can't find the trail. Lost in the sense of nobody can find you. The clicking came again, and this time it was so close it felt like it was inside my skull. Click, click. My heart hammered. My hands went numb. And then soft, low, unmistakable Nate's voice spoke from behind us, "Run now." The words were gentle, almost calm, like advice, like Nate trying to keep us from panicking. Except Nate was standing directly in front of me, his face inches from mine, and his mouth did not move. For half a second, the world held perfectly still. Nate heard it too. I saw the moment his eyes changed, the moment his brain tried to reconcile the impossible. His face went blank with shock, like a mask had slipped. Eli made a sound that was pure animal fear. The brush exploded forward. Branches snapped. Leaves tore. Something pushed through with sudden force, not careful anymore, not polite. I saw movement, pale and tall, surging into the gap. And then we ran. Chapter 4. The Surface That Isn't a Face. Part 4.1, Full Reveal. I didn't run because I was brave. I ran because my body chose for me. The moment the brush erupted, the world turned into motion, and noise branches, snapping leaves, shredding our packs, shifting as we stumbled, the wet slap of ferns against our shins. I felt Eli's weight slam into me as he tried to move in the same direction, at the same time panic turning 3 grown men into one clumsy animal. Nate grabbed Eli and shoved him forward so hard Eli nearly went down. "Go!" Nate shouted, and it wasn't a word anymore. It was a raw sound ripped out of him. I yanked Eli upright by the strap of his pack and followed Nate into the tree's boots, skidding on moss lungs already burning from the sudden sprint. For a half second, I didn't look back. My brain screamed at me not to. Don't look. Don't confirm. Don't let it become a full picture. Then Eli screamed. Not a curse. Not a yell. A full-throated, broken sound of pure terror, the kind you only make when something bypasses every layer of adult control and hits the animal part of you directly. That sound yanked my head around before I could stop it. I saw it. Not in the foggy, half-seen way you glimpse something in headlights and spend the next hour telling yourself it was nothing. I saw it with daylight behind it and leaves framing it and my eyes wide open. It had the shape of a person the way a scarecrow has the shape of a person. Too tall, too narrow, too straight. It pushed through the torn brush as if the branches were curtains, not obstacles. Its shoulders were high-angled wrong, like they sat too close to its ears. Its arms hung too long, the forearms stretching down in a way that made my stomach turn, as if the joints were in the wrong place. It moved without the normal shift of hips and knees, without the rhythm of human legs taking steps. It moved like something that had watched people walk and decided it could approximate it without understanding how weight actually works. Its head was wrong. Not twisted like a movie monster, not snapped sideways. Worse. It was angled as if the neck had been built from memory and didn't have the right range. The head tilted forward slightly down like it was always listening, like it didn't need to look up to see you. And the skin, if you could call it skin, was pale in a way that didn't belong in the woods. Not the pale of a person who hadn't seen sun, not gray, not chalk. It was the pale of wet wood, the pale of bark that has been soaked until it loses its color. It gleamed slightly where the light hit it, not like sweat, but like dampness that never dries. Like something that had been pulled out of a river and left dripping. The face wasn't a face I could describe. That sounds like a cheap horror line until you're standing there and your brain genuinely refuses to hold the details. There were features, I think. There had to be. But they weren't arranged the way features belong. A surface that suggested eyes, a suggestion of a mouth. Spacing that made my stomach lurch like someone had tried to copy a human from memory and put everything half an inch wrong. Enough that your brain kept trying to resolve it into something recognizable and couldn't. It was looking at us. I knew it was looking even if I couldn't tell you where the eyes were supposed to be. And when it pushed forward into the opening where the trail had vanished, the smell hit. Rot. Wet, sour rot like a bag of leaves left sealed in summer heat. Underneath the metallic edge of pennies or blood sharp enough to make my mouth fill with saliva. I gagged hard, nearly choking on my own breath. Eli screamed again, higher this time, and stumbled. His foot caught on a root. His pack jerked him backward. Nate grabbed him by the back of his jacket and shoved him forward again with brutal efficiency. "Move," he barked. I got my hand on Eli's pack strap and yanked. The nylon webbing cut into my palm. Eli's whole body shook under the pack legs, scrambling like he didn't trust the ground. Branches slapped my face. A twig snapped against my cheekbone. Something snagged my shoulder strap and tore with a sound like cloth ripping. The forest didn't give. It punished panic. Behind us, the clicking changed. It wasn't the neat click anymore. It became a rapid stuttering series, like a throat working like a mouth trying to make the sound faster than it could control. Click, 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 not a signal. A chase sound. A pressure. It wasn't footsteps I heard. Not the heavy thud of something running on two legs. It was more like sliding movement, the push of a body through brush branches, bending and snapping, the sound of something using the trees as leverage instead of the ground. We crashed downhill through young saplings packs, knocking against trunks, breath tearing out of us in harsh gasps. "Trail," I shouted without meaning to, and the word sounded absurd, like yelling door in a burning building. Nate didn't answer. Nate was moving like pure instinct now, not calm competence. His face was set in a mask of determination that looked nothing like the man who'd checked the weather app and joked about Eli's headlamp. Eli was crying and running at the same time, making broken noises between sobs, words that didn't form, just the sound of his mind coming apart. I kept one hand on his pack strap because if he went down, we were done. We would become a pile of gear on the trail, a bait point for the next people. The thought was so cold, it almost steadied me. A branch whipped my ear, stinging. I tasted blood. I didn't stop. The forest floor dropped unexpectedly, and I half fell, catching myself with my free hand in wet moss. My fingers sank into it, cold and slick. I pushed up and kept running, boots slipping. The clicking stayed close, too close. And somewhere in the chaos, threading through it like a needle, I heard my own name again, half-formed, whispered wrong at the end. It didn't shout. It didn't roar. It used politeness. That was what made it unbearable. It was like it didn't need to be loud, like it already owned the space we were in. We burst through a stand of thinner trees, and the ground under my boots changed. Packed dirt. For a second, my brain didn't understand it. The sensation was so familiar, it felt like waking up. Dirt that had been walked down into a hard line. Roots worn smooth by hundreds of feet, the clear shape of a trail. Trail, Eli choked out, as if saying it could make it real. Nate didn't stop. He hit the trail at a run and kept going, forcing us into the line like a current. Eli stumbled onto it, and I shoved him forward, still holding his strap, still afraid to let go. We ran hard down the trail, lungs, screaming, legs, shaking, packs bouncing like they wanted to throw us off balance. I risked one glance back. The corridor of tape was gone. The dead end was gone. The pocket of woods that had swallowed the trail was gone. Behind us, between the trunks, maybe 20 yards back, close enough that I could see the pale, vertical shape clearly, stood the thing. It wasn't running. It wasn't crashing through brush anymore. It stood perfectly still, half hidden by trees, as if it had simply decided the chase portion was over. The stuttering clicking stopped. The silence returned sharp and sudden, and the thing's head angled wrong, listening tilted just a fraction, like it was studying us the way a person studies an animal that has done something interesting. Then it lifted one long arm. Not fast, not threatening, just slowly, and pointed down the trail in the direction we were running. Like it knew exactly where we were going, like it wanted us to go there. I turned forward and ran harder, because the image of that pointing arm felt less like a warning and more like instruction. And behind my ribs, beneath the panic, a colder fear started to form, one that would last longer than any sprint it had let us leave. It had shown itself, and it still didn't seem worried. Chapter 4. The Surface That Isn't a Face, Part 4. 2. The trail snaps. Back. The trail felt like a lie I wanted to believe. Packed dirt under my boots. Roots worn smooth. A clean bend ahead. The normal geometry of a maintained path. It should have been comforting the way pavement is comforting after you've spent too long on gravel. Instead, it made my skin crawl because the transition had been too perfect. 1 second we'd been trapped in that pocket, the dead end, the vanished corridor tape everywhere like a staged hallway, and the next we were on the real trail like we'd never left it. No debris, no bright orange flags, no ripped branches marking our panic route, no sign that the forest had just rearranged itself around us. It was as if the woods had snapped its fingers and reset the set. We ran anyway. We ran because stopping felt like dying. Nate was in front, head down, arms pumping, trekking poles abandoned somewhere in the chaos behind us. His pack bounced high on his shoulders, straps slapping. His breathing sounded like someone tearing fabric. He wasn't calm anymore, he was pure drive. Eli ran behind me with ugly broken sobs caught in his throat. He wasn't screaming now. He couldn't spare the breath. His face was wet with tears and sweat streaked with dirt. He kept making these small, choking noises, like his body couldn't decide if it wanted to vomit or cry. I ran in the middle half, pushing Eli forward, when he faltered, half watching the trail ahead for anything that looked like another lie. Branches slapped my arms as we passed. Rocks shifted underfoot. My lungs burned with cold air, a sharp ache deep in my chest that made every inhale feel like swallowing needles. My legs were already heavy from miles, and now the sprint turned them into something cramping and unreliable. Still, we ran. The rational part of my brain kept trying to get purchase. It kept saying, stay on trail. Trail equals safety. Trail equals other people. It kept trying to turn the world back into rules I understood. But rules had been the problem all day. The woods were writing them now. At some point, I realized the clicking had stopped, not faded, not moved away. Stopped like it had been turned off. That sudden absence was almost worse. The clicking had at least been a sound you could track. Silence meant you were guessing again. Silence meant the thing could be anywhere without announcing itself. I glanced over my shoulder once fast against every instinct. Between trunks, maybe 20 yards back, the pale vertical shape stood where the undergrowth thickened. It wasn't chasing. It wasn't even moving. It stood like a post half-hidden watching. My breath caught in my throat. A surge of anger flashed through me, irrational, useless. If it wasn't chasing, why did it let us feel the chase? Why did it show itself at all? Then it lifted one long arm and pointed down the trail. Not at us. Not at the sky. Down the path ahead, the direction we were already running. The gesture wasn't hurried. It wasn't violent. It was calm, almost patient. Like a person pointing out an exit. Like a teacher correcting a student. The image hit me in a way that made my stomach drop. It wasn't a predator's threat. It was instruction. It was permission. It was control. I turned forward and ran harder, as if speed could erase the meaning of that gesture. Behind me, I heard Eli whisper, voice shredded by running. "It's not chasing." Nate didn't answer immediately. His breathing was too loud, too ragged. We kept sprinting until the trail dipped and rose and my calves started to cramp. Sweat soaked my shirt, then cooled under the wind of our movement, making me shiver even while my body overheated. My mouth tasted like blood, either from the branch that had caught my cheek or from biting my own tongue. I couldn't tell. After a few minutes, Nate finally threw one hand up, palm out, without stopping, a signal more than a command. We slowed to a fast walk, still moving hard, but no longer sprinting. The moment we stopped running, dread rushed back in. When you sprint, fear becomes simple: forward, forward, don't fall. When you slow down, your mind catches up and starts replaying. It starts asking questions. It starts imagining what could happen next. Eli bent forward as he walked, hands on his knees, dragging air into his lungs like he was trying to inhale the whole forest. He wheezed. His face was distorted with effort and panic. His eyes kept flicking backward as if he couldn't help checking, even though he was terrified of what he might see. Nate kept walking, shoulders rigid. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. I could feel the tension in him like a wire. "We can't sprint the whole way," Nate rasped, finally, voice rough and flat. "We'll fall. Break something." Eli made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. 2 miles is forever," he gasped, as if he'd already measured it. I didn't know how far we were. I didn't trust my sense of distance anymore. The trail had lied once today. It could lie again. "Keep moving," I said, but the words came out weak. We walked fast, almost a march. Every step hurt. The straps of my pack cut into my shoulders. My hips ached. The inside of my throat felt scraped raw. But movement was the only thing that still felt like agency. As our breathing normalized, if you could call it that, the forest began to reassert itself. Not with sound, not with birds or wind, with presence. The trees stood close and tall. The canopy filtered light into a flat gray-green. The trail curved out of sight ahead and behind, swallowing distance. The world was still. Too still. I listened for the clicking without wanting to. I kept expecting it to start again, that neat tongue-tap rhythm reappearing on either side, moving like a perimeter. It didn't come. That absence became its own message. Like the thing had decided it didn't need to communicate anymore. Eli whispered, barely loud enough to be heard over his breath. Why did it stop? Nate finally spoke, the thought that had been forming in all of us. because it doesn't have to chase," he said. His voice was steady now, not calm, controlled. He'd found a place in his mind where words could exist again. Eli looked at him, eyes wide. "What do you mean?" Nate swallowed and kept his gaze forward. "It could have," he said. "If it wanted us. If it wanted—" He struggled for the word and then seemed to hate it. "Meat." The word made Eli flinch. My stomach tightened. Nate continued, voice low, but it didn't. It stood there, and his jaw worked. It pointed. I pictured the arm again, long and pale and deliberate. My skin prickled. "It wants us going somewhere," Nate said. The sentence landed like a weight. Not a theory, not a guess, an observation. Eli shook his head, as if denying it could change it. No, it wanted us dead." Nate's laugh was short and bitter, not amused. "If it wanted us dead, we'd be dead," he said. "It had us in that pocket. It took the trail away. He trailed off, breath catching for a second, as if the memory tightened around his throat. "It let us out." The thought was worse than any chase. Being spared is terrifying when you don't know why. I forced myself to speak because silence felt like surrender. "Maybe it didn't finish," I said, and the words sounded pathetic. Nate didn't look at me. "Maybe," he said. "Or maybe this isn't the part where it finishes." We walked on. The longer we walked without hearing the clicking, without hearing voices, the more the adrenaline drained. That should have been relief. Instead, it became vulnerability. Exhaustion made every thought heavier, every fear sharper. My mind started to replay the dead end, the way the trail had ended in young trees like a wall, the way the corridor behind us had vanished, the way the forest had felt like a room closing, the mud imprint too long to be human. I could still smell the rot if I thought about it. I realized then that the worst part of what we'd just experienced wasn't the thing's body or even its face surface. It was the way the world had complied with it. The trail had obeyed. The tape had appeared and disappeared like stage props. The woods had rearranged itself around our choices. And now, on a perfectly normal dirt path under perfectly normal trees, we were walking in the direction it had pointed. That was the thought that made my hands go cold despite the sweat on my back. I didn't want to turn around. Not because I thought it would be behind us chasing, because I was afraid of seeing it standing there again, still patient, watching us do exactly what it wanted. I was afraid of realizing that our escape wasn't escape at all. It was a correction, a redirection, a lesson. We kept walking fast, and the trail kept bending through trees that never seemed to thin enough to show the world beyond. And with each mile that dragged by on aching legs, the dread didn't fade. It settled. It became steady. Like the creek had been steady in camp. Like a constant you could never turn off. And somewhere in that steady dread, Nate's sentence repeated itself in my head, cold and simple. It wants us going somewhere. Chapter 4, The Surface That Isn't a Face, Part 4.3. Trailhead normal/tape appears. When the trailhead finally came, it didn't feel like rescue. It felt like a different planet. The forest began to thin in subtle ways. First, more sky showing through the canopy, the light changing from filtered green to something closer to daylight. The dirt underfoot turned drier. Gravel started appearing in the packed trail, like the ground was remembering roads existed. Then we rounded a bend, and the world opened into the parking area. Cars, people, noise. For a second, I couldn't process it. My brain had been living in a narrow tunnel of trail and fear tape and silence, and suddenly there were voices laughing like nothing was wrong with reality. There were bright jackets. There were kids. There were bikes leaning against tailgates. There was a dog on a leash pulling toward the trees, happy and stupidly confident. A family was unloading a cooler as if the woods were a picnic backdrop. Two guys in cycling helmets were chatting about tire pressure. Someone slammed a car door, and the sound made Eli flinch hard enough that he almost stumbled. We walked out of the trees like we'd been spit back into civilization, and the first thing I felt was not relief. It was disorientation so sharp it made me nauseous. We didn't match their world. We looked wrong. We felt wrong. My clothes were streaked with dirt and sap. My cheek was scratched and sticky with dried blood. My hands were still trembling. And now that there were normal people around, the tremor felt like embarrassment on top of terror. Like we were going to be judged not for being in danger, but for breaking some social rule we couldn't name. Eli's eyes darted around the lot. He looked at families like they were targets. He looked at the trailhead signboard as if it might bite. Nate moved with purpose, shoulders stiff, heading straight for the truck, like a man walking out of a burning building. He didn't slow down for politeness. He didn't smile at anyone. He didn't make eye contact. I followed, dragging Eli with me by sheer proximity because I didn't trust him not to stop. And Eli did stop. A group of hikers, two women and a man, mid-30s maybe, were tightening straps near their SUV. They looked fresh, excited the way people look before the woods take something out of them. They were talking about a lake they'd seen in photos, about how far they planned to go before dark. Eli's mouth opened, and I saw the warning forming on his tongue. His eyes were wide and wet. His voice came out too loud. "Hey!" One of the women looked up, smiling reflexively. High Eli took a step toward them like he was pulled by desperation. "You don't." His words tangled. "Don't go." Nate whipped around and grabbed Eli by the back of his jacket. He yanked him so hard, Eli's pack strap snapped his shoulder. "No," Nate said, low and vicious. "No, leave." Eli stared at him, shocked. "We have to tell them," he hissed, and his voice cracked half plea. "We have to." Nate's face was close to Eli's, now eyes, hard jaw clenched. "And say what," he snapped under his breath. "That something in the woods copies our voices and rearranges trails, that there's tape." And his mouth worked like he was swallowing bile. "You want to sound insane. You want them to look at us like we're the reason they shouldn't go out there." Eli shook his head, tears spilling now, humiliation and fear mixing. But what if Nate cut him off? "We leave." The finality in his voice shut Eli down the way a slap would. Eli's shoulders sagged. His eyes stayed fixed on the hikers, on the normal faces and normal smiles, and I saw something dark settle into him, the guilt of walking away. I felt it too sharp and immediate. The moral instinct screamed at me, "Warn them. Do something. Be responsible." But another instinct, colder and uglier, rose under it. "Don't give it more attention. Don't feed the story. Don't say names. Don't make it real in front of witnesses." I hated myself for how quickly that instinct won. We reached Nate's truck. Nate unlocked it with shaking hands. The beep sounded obnoxiously loud. He yanked open the doors like he couldn't stand being outside in the open lot 1 second longer. We piled in. I slammed the passenger door and immediately locked it, even though there was no reason. Even though the danger shouldn't have been able to cross a gravel parking lot full of people. My hands were numb on the handle. Eli climbed into the back seat and curled forward, elbows on knees, breathing like he was trying to keep himself from breaking apart. Nate got into the driver's seat and just sat there for a second, both hands gripping the wheel, staring out at the trailhead, like he expected the trees to follow us into the gravel. The air inside the cab smelled like sweat and pine and fear. The windows felt too thin. The world outside felt too bright. "Go," I whispered. Nate swallowed hard and started the engine. The truck rumbled alive, a normal mechanical sound that should have been comforting. It wasn't. It just made the silence in my head louder. He pulled out of the space in a jerky motion, tires crunching gravel. As we rolled past the signboard at the entrance, Eli twisted in his seat and looked back through the rear window. "Stop," he whispered. My heart jumped violently. What Eli's face had gone blank. Not calm, empty, like a switch had flipped in him. He pointed shakily toward the signboard. At the edge of the parking lot beside the laminated maps and the faded "Leave No Trace" poster, a strip of bright orange survey tape was tied to the wooden post. It hadn't been there when we arrived. I knew that with the same certainty I knew my own name. The signboard is the first thing you see. A bright orange flag would have caught my eye instantly. But there it was now, neat knot tails fluttering, placed at eye level like a tiny announcement. My stomach dropped. Nate's hands tightened on the steering wheel. His knuckles went white. And behind the signboard, in the tree-lined gap where the trail mouth began between two trunks, half hidden in shadow, I saw it. The pale, vertical shape. Still. Too tall. Too straight. Too wrong to be bark. It stood just inside the forest edge, like it belonged there, like it had always been there, like distance meant nothing to it. It wasn't stepping out. It wasn't charging. It didn't have to. It was simply present at the border, where wilderness meets people, as if it had arrived without traveling, without making sound, without leaving footprints in gravel, without passing through the space between. Like the woods didn't measure distance the way we do. Like it could appear at edges. I felt my throat tighten so hard it hurt to breathe. The world outside the truck suddenly looked fragile: families, laughing kids, running bikes, leaning, all of it balanced on an assumption that the forest stays in its place. Nate swore under his breath and pressed the gas. The tires spit gravel. The truck lurched forward and shot toward the dirt road, out the engine whining as if it understood urgency. In the side mirror, the trailhead shrank. The tape still fluttered. The pale shape remained in the gap, perfectly still, watching us leave the way it had watched us run. Nobody spoke. Eli didn't cry anymore. He just stared forward, jaw trembling. Nate's eyes stayed locked on the road, unblinking, as if looking away for even a second would allow something to appear in the cab with us. I sat rigid in the passenger seat, hands numb on my knees, heart hammering against my ribs in dull, heavy thuds. And as the gravel lot disappeared behind a curve and the trees swallowed the signboard from view, a single thought settled into me, colder than fear. It hadn't chased us to the parking lot. It had simply been there, as if being far away was a rule that applied only to us. Chapter 5. Bait, Part 5.1. Gas station fluorescent drop. We drove like speed could change the rules. Nate kept the truck hard on the dirt road, tires rattling over washboard suspension, whining. The forest on either side blurred into a tunnel of trunks and shadowed brush. Every time the road curved, my body tensed, waiting to see that pale, vertical shape standing on the shoulder like a roadside sign. Nothing stood there. That should have helped. It didn't. Silence in the cab was its own kind of noise. The heater blasted because the air coming through the vents was cold, and we were soaked with sweat, but the warmth didn't touch the shaking in my hands. Eli sat hunched in the back seat, forehead against the window, breathing shallow, like he was trying not to exist too loudly. Nate stared forward with that dead, unblinking focus people get after an accident, as if blinking might rewind time. When the road finally turned to pavement, it felt wrong. Smooth asphalt under tires made the truck quieter, and the quiet made the memory louder. Without the constant rattle, I could hear every small sound inside the cab. Eli swallowing Nate's breath, the faint creak of my seat when I shifted. I kept thinking about the tape tied to the signboard at the trailhead. How it hadn't been there when we arrived. How it had been there when we left. Not like it had followed us, like it had been waiting at the edge the whole time, ready to remind us the border didn't matter. We passed a few scattered houses, a mailbox, a faded political sign from some previous election, a dog barking behind a fence, normal life leaking back in. The kind of details that should have grounded me. Instead, they felt like props. After 20 minutes, we hit a small town. Not even a real town, more like a widening in the road where businesses clustered around a four-way stop. A gas station, a diner, a hardware store with a sun-faded banner, a liquor store with neon beer signs in the window. Nate pulled into the gas station lot without speaking. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The air smelled like exhaust and spilled fuel. A flat, bright world that made the darkness of the woods feel like something that happened to other people. For a second, I sat in the truck and just stared at the convenience store entrance like it was a safe room. Eli got out first, moving stiffly like his joints had locked. He walked toward the bathroom door too fast, shoulder-checking a trash can, as if he couldn't judge distance properly anymore. He didn't look at anyone, didn't make eye contact. He looked like a man trying to be invisible in a place that required you to be human. Nate got out and stood by the pump hands on his hips, breathing hard. His face was pale under the harsh lights. A smear of dirt streaked one cheek. There was dried blood at the edge of his ear where a branch must have caught him. He looked like he'd been in a fight. And now we had to pretend he hadn't. Inside the store, the heat hit me first. It smelled like burnt coffee and candy and cleaning chemicals. A radio played something poppy and cheerful, the kind of song you don't notice until you hate it for existing. A teenager behind the counter glanced up and then looked away bored. A woman in a puffy jacket filled a fountain drink, scrolling on her phone like the world was still simple. I walked toward the coffee station like my body remembered the ritual and wanted to cling to it. The pot was old glass stained brown. The coffee inside looked like it had been cooked twice. Nate grabbed a cup. His hands shook so badly the lid rattled against the rim. He poured coffee anyway, black stream hitting plastic with a hollow sound. He didn't drink it. He just held the cup like it was proof we were normal. I poured one too and took a sip out of stubbornness. It was bitter and scalding and tasted like burnt paper. My stomach lurched. I swallowed anyway because I didn't want to admit my body was still reacting. Eli came out of the bathroom and went straight to the refrigerated section, grabbed a bottled water, and twisted the cap off with shaking hands. He drank too fast and coughed. His eyes were red. His face looked swollen from crying without letting himself cry. Nate paid without looking at the cashier. We went to the bathrooms like people do after a hard hike, trying to make our bodies fit into a normal story. The bathroom was lit with the same brutal fluorescent lights. The mirror above the sink was scratched and speckled. The air smelled like disinfectant and stale urine. I turned on the faucet and splashed water on my face, cold enough to make my skin sting. The water ran over the scratch on my cheek, and it burned. I watched diluted blood swirl down the drain like it was someone else's problem. Nate stood at the sink beside me, staring at his own reflection, like he didn't recognize it. He ran water over his hands and kept them under the stream longer than necessary, as if he could rinse off whatever had touched the night. Eli leaned against the wall, eyes squeezed shut, breathing through his mouth. He looked like he was trying not to vomit. For a long time, none of us spoke. Then Nate said it quiet but firm. "We need to call it in." Eli's eyes snapped open. No, Nate didn't look at him. He watched the water run. "We need to tell a ranger, sheriff, Somebody. Eli shook his head violently, panic rising again. Tell them what? That he choked on the words. That there's something in the woods mimicking us. That trails vanish. That orange tape shows up like a he couldn't finish. Saying it out loud in a gas station bathroom felt like ripping open your own skin. Nate turned off the faucet and faced him. We saw something Nate said, voice tight. We found tape. We got chased off a trail. That's enough. Eli laughed once, sharp and miserable. They're gonna think we're high, or idiots, or making it up. I leaned my palms on the sink, feeling the cold porcelain. My reflection looked wrong, eyes too wide, face too tense. Like I was still in the woods and had simply been placed under bright lighting. We could tell them there's a person out there, I offered, because that was the safest lie. Someone messing with trails. Someone marking with tape. Eli's head snapped toward me. No, he whispered. No, don't, what I asked. Frustrated. Don't what? Eli's voice dropped even lower. Names, he said. Don't give them our names. The sentence landed like a stone. Nate's expression hardened. What are you talking about? Eli rubbed his face with both hands, dragging his palms down like he was trying to wipe the fear away. It used our voices, he said, voice breaking. It used. He swallowed hard. If we tell someone, if we give them our names, what if it uses them? Nate stared at him like he wanted to call him ridiculous, like he wanted to shake him until he snapped back into logic. But Nate didn't. Because Nate had heard his own voice say run now from a mouth that didn't move. Because Nate had watched the trail disappear. Because Nate had seen the tape at the signboard like a signature. There was a silence in that bathroom that felt heavier than the quiet in the woods. Finally, Nate said, "They need to know." Eli's eyes were wet again. And then what? They go out there. They walk into that place. And he shook his head, breathing fast. What if it wants us to bring them? What if that's what it wanted the whole time, get us back to people? Nate's jaw worked, so we do nothing. Eli's voice snapped sharp with desperation. What do you want me to do? Walk up to a ranger and say, "Hi, there's a thing that points at trails and wears voices like clothes." I felt my stomach tighten. The question wasn't rhetorical. It was the heart of it. What do you even say? There are things you can report. A bear, a suspicious vehicle, a missing person, a gunshot. Those are words that fit into forms and radio calls and action. What we had was a story. And stories get you smiled at. Stories get you patted on the shoulder and told to rest. Stories get written off. I stared at the scratched mirror at my own face under fluorescent lights and realized how unbelievable I looked even to myself. Nate turned away first. He dried his hands on a paper towel with aggressive, pointless force. "Fine," he said, and the word tasted like defeat. "Not fine," I muttered. Nate didn't respond. He crumpled the paper towel, tossed it, missed the trash can, and didn't even notice. Eli exhaled shakily, like he'd been holding his breath for an hour. He started. "We'll call later. When we can think." He didn't believe it. I could hear that in his voice. Later was how you postpone guilt until it becomes part of you. Nate walked out of the bathroom without another word. We followed. Back in the store, people were still shopping. A kid begged for a candy bar. Someone laughed at something on their phone. The world kept moving at its normal speed, unaware. We bought coffee, we didn't drink. We sat in the truck with the heater on full blast and the cups cooling in the holders like props. Nate started the engine and pulled out of the lot. No one said anything for a long time. I stared out at the street, at normal storefronts and normal cars. and felt a slow, sick understanding settle into me. We had crossed back into civilization, but we hadn't brought proof. We had only brought a decision we would regret. Not calling it in didn't feel like choosing safety. It felt like obeying a rule we hadn't agreed to. And as the gas station's fluorescent glow shrank in the rearview mirror, I realized the worst part wasn't that the woods had been wrong. The worst part was that already we were learning how to act like it wanted. Chapter 5, Bait, Part 5.2. The gear pile, the drive home should have drained it out of us. That's another lie you don't recognize until it fails. You think distance is a cure? You think miles of pavement, streetlights, other cars, radio stations, and towns with actual police departments will scrape the woods off you like mud. But the farther we got, the more the silence in the truck thickened. It wasn't the peaceful silence of friends tired after a hike. It was the silence of people carrying something they couldn't set down without it becoming real. Nate dropped Eli off first. Eli lived in an apartment complex with a clean lobby and a package room, and neighbors who smiled politely in the hallway. The kind of place where you're supposed to feel safe because there are cameras and key fobs and other humans close enough to hear you. Eli got out of the truck and stood on the sidewalk with his pack still on his shoulders, like he didn't trust himself to remove it. His hands shook as he adjusted the straps. His eyes kept darting to the tree line across the street, just ornamental shrubs and a row of maples with streetlights under them, like he expected the forest to leak out of them. He looked at Nate and me like he wanted to say something meaningful. All he managed was, "Text me when you get home." Nate nodded once. I nodded too. Eli turned, walked toward the entrance, and then stopped suddenly, as if a thought had hit him like a punch. He looked back over his shoulder. "You guys," he started, voice thin. He swallowed. "We really aren't going to tell anyone." Nate stared straight ahead, hands on the steering wheel, face rigid. "Go inside," he said. Eli's shoulders slumped. He went in. The glass doors closed behind him with a soft seal, and the sound made my skin crawl, because it was the sound of separation, one of us becoming alone again. After that, Nate drove me home without speaking. I kept thinking about the trail register, our names written in ink, and the orange tape tied to the signboard at the trailhead like a receipt. I kept seeing the pale shape in the gap between trunks, still as a post. I kept hearing my own voice behind us saying, "Wait up," and Nate's voice saying, "Run now," from a mouth that didn't move. When Nate dropped me off, I stood on my porch and watched his taillights disappear down my street. The neighborhood was normal. Porches, streetlights, a dog barking, someone's TV glowing through curtains. It all felt thin. I went inside, locked the door, and realized my hands were shaking so badly I had to try twice to get the deadbolt to slide into place. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to normal house sounds, pipes settling the refrigerator, cycling a car passing outside, and every time something made a noise in the wrong rhythm, my body tightened. At some point, I checked my phone without thinking and saw the time. 2:41 a.m. My stomach dropped. I told myself it was coincidence. I told myself numbers don't matter. But I didn't look back at the window. The next day, in the weak light of morning, I did what people do when they want a lie to become true. I started building a rational story. We got spooked. We saw tape. There was probably some weirdo in the woods. Trails get confusing. Adrenaline does weird things. I tried to make it small enough to live with. And then the guilt started taking shape. It was subtle at first, a nagging thought when I poured coffee, a cold pinch behind the ribs when I drove past a trailhead sign on my way to work. The sensation that we had left something undone. We had run. We had fled. We had not reported it. We had not even walked back up the trail to check if anyone else was in danger. I tried to tell myself that was reasonable. We'd been in shock. We'd needed to get out. That's what survival is. But every time I told myself that, another image rose up, that muddy old pickup with the camper shell at the trailhead. Someone else had been out there. Someone else had been in those woods. 3 days later, I saw the post. It was on a local Facebook group I wasn't even a part of, Skagit County Community Alerts or something like that, shared by someone I knew from high school. The kind of page where people post lost dogs and road closures, and did anyone else hear sirens? The post was simple. Missing hiker. A photo of a man in his 40s smiling in a baseball cap. A name. A last known location near the same trail system we'd been in. A date that made my throat go tight. Thursday. The same day we'd gone in. My mind tried to reject it. Tried to say it was coincidence that people go missing in the woods all the time for normal reasons. But my body reacted before logic could catch up. My hands went cold on the steering wheel. My stomach tightened as if I'd swallowed something sharp. I clicked through the comments like a person picking at a scab. People offering prayers. People sharing the post. Someone saying they saw a muddy pickup near the trailhead earlier in the week. Someone else asking if anyone had seen orange tape on the spur. That comment made my vision narrow. Orange tape. I sat at my kitchen table with my phone in my hand, reading the words again and again. My coffee went cold, untouched. My house felt too quiet. I called Nate. He answered on the second ring, voice guarded. "Yeah, you see it?" I asked. A pause. "Yeah," another pause. Longer. Then quietly. "Don't say his name." I hadn't even said it. That was the thing, Nate was already talking like names were dangerous. "We need to go back," I said. Nate exhaled. "No." "Yes," I snapped, surprised by the anger in my own voice. "We can't just sit here." Nate's voice was rough. "We go back and do what? Find nothing, find." He trailed off. I could hear it in his silence, the same thought I was having. Find something we couldn't unsee. "We tell a ranger," I said. "We tell them about the tape, about the fork, about the eye stopped." My tongue refused the words. Nate said daytime. Daytime, I agreed quickly, grabbing the excuse like a life raft. "We go in daytime. We don't camp. We see if there's evidence, something real, something we can report without sounding like lunatics." There was a long pause, and I imagined Nate sitting in his kitchen or garage staring at his own hands like I'd been doing. I imagined him replaying the pointing arm, the trail, vanishing, his own voice being stolen. Finally, he said, "Fine." The next sentence came out like a warning. "But we don't split up, and we don't go off trail." I wanted to ask if he was bringing bear spray again, if he'd slept, if he'd told anyone else. Instead, I just said, "Yeah." We met the following morning. Nate picked me up before sunrise. His truck looked the same. His face did not. There were dark circles under his eyes. His jaw was tight. He didn't make small talk. Eli texted us when he woke up, "I'm not going." I stared at the message for a long time. Part of me wanted to force him. Another part of me understood. Eli had been the one who screamed. He'd seen enough. Nate didn't comment. He just drove. The road back into logging country felt different the second time. Familiar landmarks made my stomach twist because they weren't neutral anymore. Every curve in the road felt like a countdown. When we reached the trailhead, the parking lot was emptier than before. 2 cars. No family SUV, no muddy camper pickup. The signboard stood under gray morning light like it always had. Laminated maps, warped under plastic, "Leave no trace," faded like a moral that had given up. The trail register box was still there. I stared at it like it might bite. Nate didn't sign. neither did I. We shouldered packs anyway, lighter this time, no sleeping gear, just water spray, a small first aid kit, phone, and my paper map, because I couldn't stop myself. We started down the trail. In daylight, everything looked normal. Too normal. The trees were just trees. The air smelled like damp needles. Birds called occasionally. The kind of ordinary sound that should have soothed me. Instead, it felt like a layer of paint over rot. We walked with rigid discipline. No jokes, no names, no stopping to take pictures. Nate kept a steady pace, eyes scanning the trail edges like he was looking for signs of disturbance. I kept waiting to see orange tape. For the first 2 miles, there was none. That made me uneasy in a different way, like the forest had cleaned up, like it had decided to be polite in daylight. When we passed the old spur trail, the tape was gone. The sign still said no motorized vehicles, but the bright orange ribbon that had been tied there, multiplied, reinforced, wasn't there anymore. The branch was bare. The bark showed no obvious scarring. If you hadn't seen it before, you'd never know it had existed. Nate stopped and stared at the bare branch. His face tightened. He didn't say anything. We kept going. About a mile later, the trail dipped slightly, and I smelled it. Rot, wet and sour, and underneath that metallic penny smell that made my mouth fill with saliva. My stomach clenched. Nate smelled it too. His shoulders lifted. We rounded a bend and saw the gear. It sat in the middle of the trail like someone had dumped it there in a hurry, like a pack had exploded. A backpack on its side with the top flap open, straps twisted. A sleeping bag stuffed halfway out, dirty and damp. A heavy hiking boot lying on its side like a dead animal. A metal pot with its lid askew. The sight hit me like a punch because it was so human, so normal in its wrongness. People lose gear, people drop things, people panic, but the placement was too perfect. Right in the center of the trail. Right where you couldn't avoid seeing it. Right where you'd have to step around it like it was a body. Nate slowed, hands rising slightly, as if he were approaching a wild animal. "Don't touch anything," he said, voice low. I nodded, throat tight. Then I saw the tape. A strip of bright orange survey tape was tied neatly to the handle of the metal pot. Not a messy wrap, not an accidental snag, a neat knot, tails hanging down, a signature. My skin prickled. The forest suddenly felt quiet again, as if someone had turned a dial. Nate crouched slowly, careful not to step into the scattered items. He leaned in, eyes scanning the pack, the sleeping bag, the boot. "This is someone else's," he said, and I could hear the strain in him. Not surprise. Confirmation. I swallowed. "Missing hiker," I whispered. Nate didn't answer. His jaw clenched. I crouched too careful and spotted a folded paper on the ground near the sleeping bag. Not a clean sheet, damp, creased, muddy at the edges. A map. The kind you buy at a ranger station, printed on thick paper. Different than mine, but same style. There was handwriting on it. A note scrawled in the margin in shaky block letters. "Do not follow the tape." The letters were smeared slightly, as if written with wet hands, as if the person had pressed hard enough to tear the paper. The ink looked desperate. I read it out loud without meaning to. The moment the words left my mouth, Nate's head snapped toward me, eyes sharp with something like anger. "Don't," he hissed. My throat went dry. Before I could finish, we heard it. From off the trail to our right in the brush, close enough that it sounded like it came from knee height, a man's voice, weak and strained. "Help," it said. The word punched straight through me. Help is not like other words. Help bypasses logic. Help is a trigger the human brain is built around. You hear it and you move. My body reacted before thought did. My weight shifted toward the sound. Nate grabbed my shoulder, hard fingers digging in. No. I whispered, heart racing. It sounds real. The voice came again, closer. Please. It sounded human. It sounded pained. It sounded like someone trying not to cry. Every decent part of me surged forward, and right there on the ground between us, the damp map sat with its warning, like a final message from a person who knew exactly how this worked. Do not follow the tape. Nate's grip tightened. It's not a person, he said, and his voice had gone low and vicious with certainty. The brush to the right shifted subtly, not violently, just a parting like someone leaning aside to peek. Through the leaves, I saw something pale for half a second, too smooth to be bark, too still to be animal. Then the voice changed. It said my name, perfectly. Not whispered wrong, not drawn out wrong, not awkwardly spaced. My name the way someone who knew me would say it, the way Eli would say it if he wanted my attention, the way my mother says it when she's about to ask a serious question. Hey, the voice said gently, almost friendly. Come here. My blood went cold. My mouth opened. Nothing came out. Nate yanked me backward so hard I stumbled over the edge of the gear pile boots, scraping dirt. Don't, he breathed, and for the first time his voice sounded like fear stripped of pride. The brush shifted again, and the smell of rot deepened, filling the air like a warning. And I understood with a sick clarity that the gear wasn't just evidence. It was bait. Chapter 5, Bait, Part 5.3. Back away without turning. For a moment, we didn't move. Not because we were brave, because our bodies had locked into a posture that felt ancient prey, freezing in tall grass muscles, tight eyes wide, waiting for the next signal that tells you whether you bolt or die. The gear pile sat between us, and the sound like a staged scene. The sleeping bag, half spilling out of the pack, looked like intestines. The boot on its side looked like a broken limb. The pot with the orange tape tied to its handle looked like a gift left at a doorstep. And on the damp map, the warning stared up at us in shaky ink. Do not follow the tape. From the brush to our right, the leaves shifted again, subtle, controlled. Not an animal crashing, not a branch snapping under weight. A parting, like someone leaning aside to peek through a curtain. I saw it for a split second, something pale behind the leaves. Not a face, not even a shape I could fully understand. A smooth surface that suggested features without committing to them. The suggestion of where eyes should be. The wrongness of spacing. My stomach turned over like it was trying to reject the image. The voice that had said help softened, became smaller, more wounded. Please, it said, and the word came out wet like it was being pushed through pain. Every instinct I had wanted to answer that pain, to step off the trail, to do what you're supposed to do when someone in the woods says that one word. Help. Nate's fingers were still clamped around my shoulder, anchoring me like a hook in my flesh. I could feel the tremor running through his hand. He whispered without moving his lips, "Don't." The voice tried again, closer, more urgent. "Help me." Then it changed. The plea dropped away, and my own voice replaced it, calm, reasonable, the voice I use when I'm talking someone down from a stupid decision. "It's okay," it said softly. "It's just me. Come on." My throat tightened so hard it hurt. Hearing my own tone used like that felt like being peeled open. It wasn't just imitation. It was theft. It was my mouth being worn by something that didn't have the right to it. Nate's jaw clenched. He didn't answer. He didn't even look at the brush. He kept his gaze forward on the gap in the leaves, like looking was enough to get pulled in. Then Nate's voice came flatter than mine, stripped of warmth the way it had sounded on the trail. "Come here," it said. The words landed wrong, like a recording played through cheap speakers. Like intention had been removed. and only instruction remained. My skin prickled. I could feel sweat cooling down my spine under my shirt. The brush shifted again, that subtle leaning motion, and the pale surface appeared for another heartbeat. Close enough now that I could smell it, wet rot and pennies, the air around the brush, heavier than the air on the trail. Nate's breathing hitched. The voice changed again. Eli's voice, raw, shaking, crying, came from the leaves. "Please," it sobbed. "Please don't leave me." The sound hit me like a hammer. Because Eli wasn't there. Eli was alive. Eli was at home, hiding behind glass doors and streetlights. And yet the woods had found his crying voice anyway. Found the exact pitch of panic he'd had in the truck. Found the way his breath broke when he tried not to scream. I realized then that it wasn't only copying what it heard in the forest, it was copying what it pulled out of us. Nate's hand released my shoulder, and for one terrifying second, I thought he was going to charge into the brush out of rage. Instead, he slid his hand down to his belt and drew his bear spray. The canister came up trembling. Nate's hands shook so badly the nozzle wobbled. He tightened his grip, forcing control into his fingers. His face was pale. His eyes were hard. He pointed the spray at the brush like he was aiming at a gunman in a doorway. "Back," he mouthed. I nodded once, small. Eli's voice from the brush sobbed again, louder, more broken. "Help me, please." My own voice followed immediately, soothing. "Come on, it's just me." Then the weak man's voice returned, hoarse and exhausted, as if it had been crawling. "Help." The cycling was deliberate. It wasn't random. It was testing different keys, trying to find the one that opened us. My stomach churned. My legs wanted to run, but I didn't. Not yet. Nate took one slow step backward on the trail without turning his back to the brush. I mirrored him. We moved like people backing out of a room where a gun is pointed at them. No sudden motions, no turning, no giving the other side an excuse. The gear pile was between us and the brush, and stepping around it without looking down felt impossible. I kept my eyes forward anyway, trusting my feet not to kick the pot, trusting my body to remember where the sleeping bag lay. My boot brushed the edge of the damp map. The paper lifted slightly in the breeze and then settled again, like a dying hand waving. "Don't look down," Nate whispered through his teeth, as if the map itself was a lure. We backed away. The brush rustled softly, not like something moving through it, like something repositioning itself just out of view to keep the voice aligned with us. My name came again, gentle. "Hey." My heart stuttered. I didn't answer. Nate's bear spray stayed trained on the leaves. His finger hovered near the trigger, but he didn't fire. Spraying into blind brush is how you waste your only weapon. Spraying is also loud. Spraying is attention. We kept backing away. Then the laughter came. Longer this time. A stretched-out exhale that carried sound, like someone drawing out a laugh, because they had learned that laughter is supposed to linger when it's pleased. It wasn't joy. It was satisfaction. It was the sound of a test that had gone well. My skin went cold, and for a second I thought my legs would give out. The laugh didn't come from far away. It came from the brush, close enough that I could picture the pale surface behind the leaves tilting slightly, listening to our silence like it was applause. Nate whispered, barely audible, "Don't." He wasn't talking to me. He was talking to his own instinct to scream. We backed until the gear pile was no longer visible, until the curve of the trail swallowed it, hiding the pot and the boot and the warning on the map like the forest didn't want witnesses. The voices followed for a while, fading and returning in different tones, pleading, coaxing, flat instruction, always trying to hook us. Then abruptly, they stopped. Not because it had given up, because it didn't need to chase. The silence returned thick as felt. Nate's eyes flicked to me for 1 second. I saw the decision in them before he said it. "Run," he breathed. We turned and ran. We ran the way you run when you're not trying to win a race, you're trying to escape a room that is filling with gas. Packs slammed against our backs. Boots pounded dirt. My lungs seized in my chest. My vision tunneled. I didn't look back. Not because I was brave, because I was afraid of what I'd see if I did. We hit the trailhead like before, bursting out of trees into gravel and sunlight and the ordinary lives of strangers. There were more cars now. A couple unloading bikes. A man tying his kid's shoe. A woman adjusting a hydration pack. They looked at us with mild surprise, like we were just hikers moving fast. Eli wasn't there this time to try to warn them. There was no third voice, no younger panic spilling over into the world. It was just Nate and me, two men running out of the woods with dirt on our faces and fear in our eyes, trying to look like we belonged in this fluorescent bright reality. Nate didn't hesitate. He headed straight for the truck, and as we reached it, my gaze caught on the signboard. The orange tape was already there, not newly tied, not appearing in the moment of our arrival. Already there at eye level, neat knottails fluttering, like it had been waiting for us to come back. My stomach sank. We got in, slammed doors, locked them. Nate started the engine with shaking hands. As he pulled out, I didn't look for the pale shape in the tree line. I didn't need to. The tape was enough. Because now I understood something that turned my blood cold in a way fear hadn't. This wasn't one event. This wasn't an accident. This was a script. A routine that could be set up again and again. Gear pile. Tape signature. A voice saying, "Help." Your name said perfectly. A trap that didn't require strength. Just the right word in the right tone at the right time. Repeatable. Scalable. And we had just proven it worked. Because we came back. Chapter 6. Shortcut, Part 6.1. Home doesn't feel like home. I used to love coming home from the woods. Not because I hated hiking, because I didn't. I loved it. I loved the ache in my legs, the smell of smoke stuck in my clothes, the way a hot shower feels like a reward you earned honestly. Coming home meant walls, clean water, a bed that didn't breathe cold up through the ground. Coming home meant the world became simple again. After that weekend, home felt like another kind of forest. Not dark, not wild, worse, familiar. The first night back, I pulled into my neighborhood and tried to let normal life reattach itself to me like a skin. The streetlights were on. Porch lights glowed warm behind curtains. Somebody's sprinkler ticked softly. A dog barked once and then stopped because it had remembered it lived in a quiet place. There were Ring doorbells on half the houses, little black circles watching from door frames like electronic eyes. Cars lined the curb in tidy rows. A teenager rode a bike past me, earbuds and not even looking up. All of it was built for safety. All of it should have made me relax. Instead, it made me feel exposed. In the woods, fear made sense. Out there, the forest could hold anything. Out there, you expected to be small. In my neighborhood, fear felt like a mistake I couldn't admit. I parked, took my pack out of the trunk, and froze with my hand on the zipper. A faint sound had come from somewhere down the street, just a small pop like a car door closing or a trash can lid shifting. My body reacted the way it had on the trail, immediate stillness, head tilt listening. I stood on my driveway in the middle of a suburban block like a prey animal and hated myself for it. There was nothing, just normal quiet. I forced myself to move. I walked up my front steps, key in hand, and noticed with a cold clarity that I wasn't walking like I used to. I kept to the edge of my porch, away from the window. I didn't step into the center where the porch light hit hardest. I stayed close to the wall like it could hide me. When I unlocked the door, I slid inside fast and locked it behind me immediately, then locked it again, checking the bolt twice like repetition was insurance. I stood with my back against the door and listened. The house was empty, quiet, my own space, and still I listened like I was waiting for a branch snap. I tried to do normal things. I dropped my pack. I turned on a lamp. I fed my cat, who wove around my legs, annoyed that I was late. I put my boots by the door, but I kept doing trail behaviors without realizing it. I avoided standing in front of windows. Not dramatically, just small shifts. I would start to walk past the living room window and then angle away at the last second, as if the glass was a cliff edge. I kept my phone face down on the counter because seeing it light up felt like bait. I left the kitchen light on longer than usual, then turned it off in one smooth motion, the way my aunt used to. No. That wasn't my aunt. That was someone else's story. But my body did it anyway, careful, practiced, as if sudden movement would invite attention. I moved through the house in quiet steps, not because I was being considerate, but because part of me believed sound was a signal. I caught myself avoiding names. Not in conversation, there was no one to talk to, but in my head. In the way you rehearse a text before you send it. I started to type Nate in a message and erased it, replacing it with you. I stared at the blank screen, confused, and then cold washed through me as I realized why. Because names felt like handles now. Because I had watched something pick up my name and use it like a key. That night, I tried to sleep in my own bed with my own sheets and the hum of my refrigerator in the next room. I should have slept like a stone. My body had been running on adrenaline for days. Instead, every time I drifted, my mind yanked me back awake. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling fan and listening to the neighborhood. A car passed. Someone's garage door opened and closed. The pipes in my walls made a soft, settling tick. My cat jumped off the bed and padded down the hallway. Each sound had a logical explanation. My body didn't care. At some point, I rolled over and checked my phone without thinking, the way you do when you wake and want to know how much longer you have before the alarm. The screen lit my face blue. 2:41 a.m. The number hit my stomach like a fist. I didn't even process it at first. My mind was still fogged with sleep. Then the memory slammed into me, nylon against my cheek, whispered name tongue clicks, the watch glowing 2:41 in the dark of the tent. I sat up so fast I got dizzy. My throat tightened. My hands went numb. It's a number, I told myself. It's a coincidence. Time is time. But my body didn't believe in coincidence anymore. I held my breath and listened, and the fact that I was doing that, sitting upright in my own bedroom listening, like the dark outside my window was the woods, made my skin crawl with self-disgust. Then I heard it. Not inside the room. Not inside the house. Outside my window. A voice soft and close enough that it sounded like someone standing in my yard, speaking toward the glass. My name. Not shouted. Not called. Said like a question. Said like someone trying to get my attention without waking anyone else. And the end of it was wrong. The last sound stretched awkward, like the speaker didn't understand the rhythm that makes a name belong to a person. My whole body went cold. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the window like light could solve it. The beam hit the glass and threw my own reflection back at me, white face, wide eyes, hair sticking up, a man who looked like he'd seen something he couldn't explain. Beyond the reflection, the yard was dark. A fence, a tree, the outline of my neighbor's shed. Nothing moving. The voice came again, softer, this time closer. My name, wrong at the end. I pressed my lips together hard, terrified that a single accidental sound, an exhale, a swallow, would count as an answer. I didn't look outside. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like the horror movie thing, the cliché where you refuse to look and we're supposed to clap for your restraint. It wasn't restraint. It was dread. I had a sudden sick certainty that if I looked and saw something standing there, that image would become permanent in my mind in a way I couldn't undo. Like the thing would step from sound into sight, and I would never be able to close that door again. So I didn't look. I sat there with my phone, light shaking in my hand, aimed at the glass like it could burn whatever was outside. And then from somewhere in the house, somewhere that could have been inside the walls, inside the pipes, inside the normal mechanical skeleton of a suburban home, I heard it. Click, click. Two small sounds controlled. Not the random tick of a pipe cooling. Not the pop of wood settling. Too even. Too deliberate. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard it hurt. I turned my head slowly, scanning the dark interior of my room with the phone light. The beam jittered over the dresser, the closet door, the corner where laundry piled. Nothing. The clicking came again. Click, click. This time it sounded closer, like it had moved, not with footsteps, but by deciding to be nearer. Like it could choose a place in the house the way it had chosen places in the woods. My skin prickled. The hair on my arms rose. Outside, the voice didn't speak again. It didn't need to. The message had been delivered. I sat there until dawn, phone in my hand, light off now, because the battery bar dropping felt like another kind of trap. I listened to the normal sounds of my house like they were a foreign language. And as the sky finally lightened and my bedroom turned from black to gray, I realized something that made my stomach sink deeper than any fear I had made at home. And I still wasn't alone. Not because something had followed me down the highway, because it had learned where home lives inside me. Because when I heard my name in the wrong place, I didn't shout. I didn't call the police. I didn't wake my neighbors. I went quiet, exactly the way it wanted. Chapter 6. Shortcut, Part 6.2, Eli's Mailbox. The day after I heard my name outside my window, I went to work like a man wearing a disguise. I showered. I shaved. I put on clean clothes. I drank coffee that actually tasted like coffee. I stood under fluorescent office lights and nodded at coworkers and answered emails with normal punctuation. All day, my body kept waiting for the woods to show itself in the wrong place. Every time someone said my name across the room, my stomach tightened. Every time a phone rang, my pulse jumped. By late afternoon, I was so exhausted from pretending to be fine that I felt hollow. I got home before dark and locked the door and checked the windows and tried not to hate myself for doing it. I left the porch light on, even though it was a clear evening and my neighbors' yards were quiet. I watched the little Ring camera on my front step blink its tiny red light and tried to let that convince me I lived in a world with boundaries. At 8:03 p.m., my phone rang. Nate. The name on the screen made my stomach drop anyway, because after the woods, even familiar labels felt like masks. I answered on the second ring and immediately regretted it. Yeah, I said, trying to sound normal. Nate didn't waste time. Don't say it out loud, he said. What I whispered, even though I already knew. My name, he said. His voice was low and rough, like he'd been smoking for years. Don't say it. Not even as a joke. I glanced at my kitchen window without meaning to. Outside was just my backyard, my fence, my neighbor's porch, light through trees. A safe, boring world. Why, I asked, and the word came out like a child's question. Nate exhaled. I could hear his breathing through the phone, controlled but tense. "Because it's listening," he said. Hearing him say it out loud did something strange to me. Part of my mind wanted to cling to him, because if Nate believed this, then I wasn't crazy. Another part of my mind wanted to shove him away, because if Nate believed this, then it was real. I swallowed. "You heard it too?" I asked. A pause. "Yeah," Nate said. "Last night." My throat went dry. Same time, another pause. "I don't want to say it," Nate answered, and that told me everything. We sat in silence for a few seconds, both of us listening to the tiny normal sounds on the line, static, distant traffic, the muffled echo of Nate moving in his house. Then Nate's voice tightened. "And something else," he said. What I asked. Before he could answer, my phone buzzed with a text. "Eli." My stomach tightened so hard I felt it in my throat. I didn't open it right away. I stared at Eli's name on the screen, the letters suddenly seeming dangerous. I thought about deleting the contact, the way my aunt, no, not my aunt, that other story had said. Delete it. It likes the shortcut. Nate spoke again, impatient now. "Check your messages," he said. He texted me too. I opened Eli's message. A photo loaded slowly, as if my phone wanted to delay it. In the picture, Eli's apartment building entrance was visible behind his mailbox cluster. A line of identical metal boxes, a concrete walkway, a neatly trimmed strip of grass. Tied around Eli's personal mailbox post like a bow on a present was a strip of bright orange survey tape. Neat knot, even tails. The same height as always, chest level. The caption under the photo was one sentence. "There's orange tape on my mailbox." I felt my skin go cold. On the call, Nate whispered, "Jesus." I stared at the photo until my eyes hurt. The tape looked ridiculous in that setting. Something you'd see at a road construction site, not on a suburban mailbox. It looked almost cheerful, like decoration. And because it looked cheerful, it made me want to vomit. I typed back with shaking thumbs. "Take it down. Don't touch it with bare hands. Cut it if you have to." Eli responded immediately. "I'm trying. My hands won't stop shaking." Nate said into the phone, voice tight, "Tell him to cut it." "I did," I whispered. There was a long pause. Then my phone buzzed again. I cut it, threw it in the dumpster. For a moment, a stupid relief fluttered inside me. Like action mattered. Like you could remove the mark and close the loop. 2 hours later, another buzz. Eli again. "It's back." One sentence. No punctuation. Just the fact sitting there like a dead weight. I read it 3 times before my brain accepted it. On the phone, Nate made a low sound in his throat, almost a growl. "No," he said. "No, that's not." "It is," I whispered, because there was no other reply. Eli sent another photo. Same mailbox post, same neat knot, same bright orange tails fluttering. Not similar, the same, like the tape had never been removed at all. A cold thought slid into place in my mind. It wasn't just leaving tape. It was leaving proof of control. It was showing that our choices didn't matter. That night, we tried rational fixes the way people do when they can't accept the irrational. Nate installed motion lights on the side of his house, the kind that blast white LED brightness across a yard. I ordered an extra camera for my back door and paid for overnight shipping like money could buy certainty. Eli taped a cheap little door chime sensor to his mailbox post because he needed something, anything, that would make noise if someone touched it. We called the police non-emergency line and tried to speak like normal adults reporting normal problems. "There's someone trespassing." Nate said carefully, as if words were landmines. "They keep leaving something on my property." The dispatcher's voice was tired and bored. "Have you seen anyone?" "No," Nate said. "Any damage?" "No," Nate said, jaw clenching. "Any threats?" Nate hesitated. "Not directly." The dispatcher sighed. "Okay. We can send someone to take a report." A report. A piece of paper that would sit in a file. A checkbox in a system that doesn't know what to do with things that don't fit categories. The officer who came to Nate's house later, because of course Nate insisted on doing something, was polite and exhausted. He stood on the porch with his notepad eyes flicking to the motion lights, the camera, the neat yard. "So someone's leaving. Tape?" he asked, tone neutral. Nate held up a photo on his phone. The orange bow on his fence post. The neat knot. The officer squinted at it. "Could be kids," he offered. Nate's jaw tightened. "Kids don't come back 2 hours later and tie the same knot," he said, and the edge in his voice made the officer's polite mask slip for a second, into mild discomfort. "Do you have any enemies?" the officer asked, and I could hear Nate swallowing rage even through the phone when he told me about it later. Enemies. That question was insulting in a way I couldn't fully articulate. It made it sound like this was personal, like some human grudge, like if we just named the right person, everything would make sense again. But this wasn't about enemies. It was about a thing that used names as tools. Eli called his apartment management office. They promised to check the cameras and never followed up. His HOA, because of course his building had one, sent an email about unauthorized items attached to common property, like orange tape was a seasonal decoration someone forgot to remove. Life responded to horror with bureaucracy, and the tape kept showing up. Not everywhere, strategically. Places that had addresses. Places that declared who you are and where you live. Eli found a strip tied to the metal plate of his apartment buzzer right under his unit number. Neat knot, tails hanging like a tag. I found one wrapped around the base of my mailbox post, 2 blocks from my house, not at my front door, not in my yard, at the spot where my address becomes public. Like a reminder. Nate found one on the HOA community notice board near the neighborhood entrance, tied to the corner of a flyer announcing a potluck. Bright orange against pastel clip art. One morning, I walked out to my car and saw a strip of orange tape tied to the corner of a trail sticker on my bumper. One of those I Heart the Outdoors decals I'd put there years ago as a joke. It was tied through the sticker like a needle through skin. That one made me sit in the driver's seat and stare at the steering wheel until my hands went numb. Because it wasn't random. It was commentary, a way of saying, I know what you are, I know what you do, I know what you love, and I can touch it. We stopped touching the tape with our bare hands. We used scissors, gloves. We cut it and sealed it in plastic bags like evidence, as if evidence mattered. We started collecting it in a shoebox in my closet, because that's the kind of thing you do when you're trying to prove you're not crazy. A secret archive of bright orange strips, each one tied with the same neat knot. Sometimes I would open the shoebox and stare at them like they were snakes. I would count them and feel no relief from the number. They didn't feel like trophies. They felt like receipts. Then the phone calls started. It began small, an unknown number calling late at night. I ignored it. It rang out. No voicemail. The next night, same time, same unknown number. I ignored it again. On the 4th night, the call came, and my phone's voicemail picked up by itself, because of course it did. Because the system is built to respond when you don't. In the morning, I saw the voicemail notification and felt my stomach drop as if I'd been handed a loaded gun. I waited until daylight, until coffee, until my kitchen felt like a real place again. Then I pressed play. At first there was nothing but breathing. Slow, steady. Close enough to the microphone that I could hear the wet softness of a mouth being held near it on purpose. I held the phone away from my ear like it might be contaminated. Then the breathing stopped. And my own voice said perfectly casual, perfectly half-asleep hello. It was my voice the way I answer when I think it's someone I know. The exact laziness of it. The exact upward lift at the end. My spine went rigid. I sat up so fast my chair legs scraped the floor. I hadn't answered that call. I hadn't spoken, and yet there it was. My voice on my voicemail, like a recording of me from a night I didn't remember. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped the phone. I called Nate immediately and didn't use his name when he answered. "You get anything I asked?" Silence on the other end for a beat. Then Nate said, "Yeah." His voice sounded wrecked. It left me a voicemail too. "What was it?" Nate exhaled. "Breathing," he said. Then, my voice. The words made the room tilt. It wasn't just copying us in the woods. It wasn't just standing at trailheads or tying tape to posts. It was using the systems we live inside. Voicemail, caller ID, contacts, shortcuts. And the more we reacted, the more it learned. A week later, Nate texted me a photo. A GPS unit sitting on a shelf in a pawn shop. His GPS unit, the same model, the same scuffed screen protector. Under it, a little tag with a price written in marker. Sold. I stared at the photo until my eyes blurred. When I called and asked him why Nate's voice was flat with exhaustion. "I don't want it in my house," he said. "It's just a device," I told him, even though we both knew how weak that sounded now. Nate laughed once short and bitter. "So was the trail," he said. "So was the map." He hung up after that. That night, I lay in bed with my phone face down and my hands locked together on my chest, like a prayer I didn't believe in. Outside my porch, light glowed. Inside the house made its normal settling sounds. And somewhere in the space between normal and wrong, I realized what the tape was really doing. It wasn't haunting us, it was indexing us, tagging the places we could be found, teaching us that safety wasn't walls or lights or cameras. Safety was behavior. Safety was silence. Safety was learning to live like prey, quiet, compliant, and always listening for 2 small clicks that meant you'd been answered. Chapter 6. Shortcut, Part 6. 3. Training. After a while, you stop asking why. Not because you get answers, but because you get tired of living in a question mark. The first week after the tape started showing up at addresses, mailboxes, buzzers, notice boards, we reacted like people who still believed they could outthink a problem. We tried cameras, lights, reports. We collected evidence as if evidence mattered. We kept saying, if we can just prove it's a person, we can fix it. Then the voicemails came. Then my own sleepy hello showed up on my phone without me ever picking up. After that, my brain stopped reaching for logic the way it used to. It started reaching for behavior, rules. I didn't decide to make rules in some dramatic moment. I didn't sit at my kitchen table and write a list like a survival guide. The rules arrived the way fear arrives, quietly slipping into routine until you don't remember what life looked like before. The first rule was simple: my phone stayed on silent at night. Not vibrate. Silent. No little buzz on the nightstand. No light-up screen. No sound that could wake me and drag my mind into a choice. The second rule followed: do not disturb, always on set, to block everything except a handful of contacts. Even that felt too generous, because contact names had started to feel like doors. I removed almost everyone from my favorites. I turned off notifications from everything: messages, social apps, email. I told myself it was for sleep. It wasn't. It was because the smallest unexpected sound from my phone felt like a hook in my ribs. The third rule was the hardest one to admit. I stopped answering calls at night. Not unknown numbers, not just late hours, all of them. If my mother called, I let it ring. If a friend called, I let it ring. If work called, I let it ring. The first few times, guilt tore at me. It made me feel like a bad person, like fear was turning me selfish. Then I remembered the voice saying my name outside my window, soft, polite wrong at the end, and guilt became another tool I didn't trust. I told myself, if it's real, they'll leave a message. If it's real, it can wait until daylight. That was the logic. The truth was uglier. I couldn't risk hearing a familiar name on caller ID at 2:41 a.m. and having my body react before my mind did. I couldn't risk being tricked into answering my own voice. So I stopped answering. I stopped picking up. And every time I made that choice, I felt a cold satisfaction somewhere deep down, not relief exactly. Something closer to compliance. The fourth rule was the one that crept in like mold. I avoided saying names out loud. At first, it was only when I was alone, muttering to myself, leaving a voicemail, practicing what I'd say if I ever reported it again. I would start to say Nate and stop replacing it with you or him. I would type Eli and delete it, letting the message become vague. Then it started happening in normal conversation too. A coworker would ask, "What's your friend's name?" and my mouth would hesitate as if the syllables were sharp. My mom would ask, "How's Nate doing?" and I would answer, "He's okay," and avoid repeating it. Names felt like coordinates, addresses, ways of being found. I hated that thought, and still my tongue obeyed it. One night, after a series of missed calls and voicemails I refused to play, I did something that would have made the old version of me laugh at myself. I deleted contacts. Not all of them, just the ones that scared me. I deleted Nate's number first. My thumb hovered over the button for a full minute. Nate was real. Nate was my friend. Deleting him felt like betrayal. But the fear wasn't about Nate. It was about the label, the shortcut, the way a name on a screen could be worn by something else. I deleted Eli next. When the confirmation popped up, delete contact, my heart hammered like I was doing something illegal. Afterward, my phone looked cleaner, emptier, safer, and the fact that I felt safer because I'd erased 2 people from my contact list made me want to throw up, because it meant I was letting the thing shape my life. I told myself again, this is defense, this is smart, this is survival. But deep down, I knew another truth. These weren't just rules to keep me safe. They were rules to keep it satisfied, because the more I followed them, the less it escalated. Or maybe it did escalate and I just stopped noticing the early signs. I don't know. All I know is that after I went silent, after I stopped answering, after I started living like a person who expects traps in normal places, the world didn't get better. It got trained. I started seeing orange tape everywhere. Not the impossible tape tied to a mailbox. Normal orange tape. The kind you use to ignore. I saw it outside a roadwork site fluttering on a cone, and my entire body went cold, as if someone had whispered my name. I saw it tied to survey stakes near a new housing development, bright strips marking property lines, and my stomach flipped like I was back at that spur trail 2 miles in. I saw it in a Home Depot aisle, bundles of fluorescent tape rolls hanging in plastic packaging, and my hands started shaking so badly I had to grip the cart handle until my knuckles hurt. A normal man does not have a physiological reaction to tape. A normal man does not feel his pulse spike because of a color. But I did. Every sighting was a spark, and my body caught fire before my mind could extinguish it. I started avoiding certain routes in town because there was a construction zone where orange flags hung from rebar, and passing them felt like walking through the corridor again. I stopped hiking entirely for a month because the sight of trail blazes, any kind of marker, made my skin crawl. I stopped watching the news at night because hearing the word missing made my throat tighten. I started sleeping with my phone in another room, face down, like it was a dangerous animal. I told myself it was temporary, a stress response, trauma. Then one evening I got home and found a strip of orange tape tied to my trash bin handle. Not at my front door, not on my fence. On the handle of the bin I rolled out to the curb every Tuesday. Neat knot, even tails, chest height. My mouth went dry. I stared at it for a long time, standing in the driveway with my keys in my hand. The neighborhood was normal kids yelling somewhere, a sprinkler ticking, a neighbor's TV glow through curtains. And yet the tape made the air feel heavy wet, like the woods had moved into my driveway. I reached toward it, automatically gloved this time, because that was another rule I had developed: no bare hands. My fingers hovered an inch from the knot. Then I stopped. Not because I was afraid of touching tape, because I was afraid of what touching it meant. I realized standing there that I had begun to think the way my aunt, no, not my aunt, that other story, had thought. It doesn't like change. If I removed it, I would be changing something. I would be creating a reaction. If I left it, I would be obeying. The fact that my brain even considered leaving it, leaving an obvious trespass marker on my property, because I didn't want to provoke whatever had placed it, made me feel sick. I cut it off anyway, hands shaking, and dropped it into a plastic bag like evidence. But the moment I did, I felt it, not relief, a sense of having made a move in a game, a sense of being watched, even in suburbia. That night, my phone rang at 2:41 a.m. I know because I checked the time afterward, heart pounding, even though I'd told myself not to look at the clock anymore. The screen lit in the dark, caller ID hidden because of Do Not Disturb. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I let it ring until it stopped, and then I lay there listening to my own breathing, like it was a sound I needed to control. In the morning, there was a voicemail notification. I waited until daylight. Coffee, normal noise. I played it with the phone held away from my face. Breathing. Slow, steady, close. Then very softly, 2 controlled clicks. Click, click. No voice, no words. Just the sound, like a reminder. As I sat there in my kitchen staring at the phone, I understood the chapter of the story we had walked into and hadn't recognized at the time. It didn't need to follow me home. It didn't need to stand outside my window every night. It didn't need to rearrange trails and tie tape at trailheads, because the real trail was already installed. In my reactions, in my routines, in the way I stopped saying names, in the way I went silent when fear asked me to. It had turned my life into a map of rules I obeyed without questioning. And the worst part was how normal it felt after enough repetition to live like that, quiet, careful, and always listening for 2 small clicks that meant I had been answered. Chapter 7. It Never Had to Part 7.1 Return of the Fork. About a year later, if you asked me how I was doing, I would have said fine. And if you were the kind of person who accepts that answer because you don't actually want the truth, you would have nodded and moved on. That's the thing about time. It doesn't heal everything. It just makes the wounds easier to hide under routine. It teaches you which thoughts to step around. It sands down the sharpest edges until you can touch the memory without bleeding in public. Most days I looked normal. I went to work. I paid bills. I laughed at the right parts of conversations. I went to barbecues and pretended I didn't flinch when someone behind me said my name too softly. The rules stayed in place, but they became invisible. Silent mode at night. Do not disturb always on. No answering calls after dark. Names avoided when I could. Windows checked without looking like I was checking. It all folded into my life like an old injury, something you accommodate without announcing it. Every now and then, I'd catch myself doing it and feel a flash of anger. Then I'd keep doing it anyway. Eli changed the most. He used to be the guy who couldn't sit still, the guy who filmed everything, the guy who needed movement like oxygen. After the woods, he became careful in a way that made him look older. He stopped camping entirely, not took a break. Stopped. When we met for coffee, daytime, always daytime, he chose seats that faced the parking lot. He said it casually at first, like it was a preference. Just like to see my car, he'd shrug eyes, scanning outside while he talked. But his gaze wasn't on his car. It was on the spaces between cars, the gaps between people, the places someone could stand too still. He kept his phone on silent even during the day. He jumped at sudden sounds, the slam of a door, the click of a pen. He laughed less. When he did laugh, it always sounded like he was testing it, checking if it still worked. Once in the middle of a normal conversation about work, he asked me, "Do you ever hear it?" He didn't have to say what it meant. I stared at my coffee for a long time before I answered. Sometimes I admitted. Eli nodded like he'd expected that. "Me too," he said, and then he changed the subject like the confession was too heavy to sit with. Nate didn't change as obviously, which made his change worse. Nate became brittle. The calm competence that used to make me feel safe turned into something rigid, like he was holding himself together with rules and force, and if one thing shifted, it would all splinter. He stopped hiking. Not dramatically, he just didn't go anymore. The first summer after it happened, he claimed he was busy. Work, family stuff. Then he started saying he didn't feel like it. Then he stopped mentioning it at all, like the woods had become a topic that didn't exist. When I did see him, he avoided names more than I did. He'd refer to people with pronouns and gestures, making conversation feel like a puzzle. He also stopped trusting devices. He sold his GPS and never replaced it. He taped over the camera on his laptop. He turned off smart features in his house. He used cash more often. He joked once without smiling that he didn't want shortcuts in his life anymore. I laughed because it was a joke-shaped sentence, but his eyes didn't change. Nate wasn't joking. Despite all of that, or maybe because of it, I kept hiking. That was my act of rebellion. I told myself I refused to let a piece of orange tape take the woods away from me. I told myself the forest wasn't theirs. It wasn't his. It wasn't anything. It was just trees and dirt and weather and animals. It wasn't a thing that could learn you. It wasn't a script waiting to be performed. I told myself that so many times it started to sound like a prayer. I didn't go back to that region. I didn't even drive near it. But I chose other places, more popular trails, closer to towns, places with cell service and trail signs, and families with toddlers and hiking carriers. Places where the woods felt supervised. I picked routes like a man choosing exits in a building. I told myself it was smart hiking. Always have a bailout route, the forums say. Stay on established trails. Don't go alone. It sounded reasonable. What it really was, I didn't admit until later doctrine. Other people, noise, headlights. Pick the direction that leads to proof. Pick the direction that leads to being found. One Saturday in late spring, I drove to a local trail about an hour outside the city, one I'd done a dozen times before. It was popular enough that the parking lot filled by mid-morning. There were dog owners, trail runners, retirees with trekking poles. The kind of place where the woods feel like a public park wearing a wilderness costume. I arrived early anyway. Old habits. The lot was already half full. I parked between a Subaru with a national park sticker and a minivan with a child's car seat visible through the window. I nodded at a couple unloading a cooler, because people bring coolers to trailheads now like the world is built for comfort. I shouldered my day pack water snacks, a small first aid kit, and started toward the trailhead signboard. The signboard was new, glossy, with updated maps and QR codes, a metal box for donations, a posted notice about trail maintenance, normal, modern. I scanned it like I always do, and my gaze snagged on a strip of orange tape. It was tied to a stake near the edge of the lot, marking something ordinary, maybe a new reroute, maybe a hazard, maybe a survey line. It was just tape. Just plastic ribbon, bright and cheap, flapping in a morning breeze. My body didn't care that it was ordinary. My stomach flipped as if I'd stepped onto the wrong trail. My palms went cold. My hearing sharpened, and for a second the lot noise, laughter, car doors, a dog barking flattened the way the forest had flattened, like someone had turned a dial. I stopped walking without meaning to. A man in a baseball cap brushed past me, cheerful. "Morning," he said. I nodded, but my attention was locked on the tape. The knot, the height, the way the tails hung. My heart hammered. A stupid voice in my head whispered, "Don't follow it." I swallowed hard and forced myself to look around. This wasn't the backcountry. This wasn't a quiet trail where the world could rearrange itself without witnesses. This was a Saturday morning with kids and dogs and a QR-coded map. And still the tape pulled at me like gravity. I stepped closer before I realized I was doing it. Not to touch it, just to inspect it, to prove to myself it was tied sloppily the way normal tape is tied, to prove it was attached by a bored trail volunteer with no sinister intent. The closer I got, the more my brain started scanning the tree line beyond the lot, looking for pale, vertical shapes, looking for gaps, looking for stillness. That was when it hit me, the real horror, the one that didn't need the woods at all. I had become a person who scans for it in daylight. I had become a person whose body reacts to a color. I had become a person who doesn't trust his own surroundings unless there are other people nearby. I stepped back, abruptly, embarrassed by my own reflex, and nearly bumped into a family adjusting backpacks. The dad smiled politely, like I was just another hiker making room. I smiled back automatically, but my lips felt numb. As I started down the trail, I noticed the decisions I made without thinking. I stayed within earshot of the group ahead of me. When they slowed, I slowed. When they sped up, I sped up. Not because I wanted company, but because their voices were proof of life, proof of normal rules. When the trail split half a mile in one branch, leading toward a quieter ridge, another toward a more traveled loop, I chose the branch where I could already hear people talking. Not because the view was better, because the noise was better, because the noise meant witnesses, because the noise meant headlights. I realized I was walking the doctrine I'd learned, pick the direction that leads to other people. And in that realization, I felt something colder than fear settle into me. A fork in a trail isn't scary when you have a map. A fork in your life when you realize you've started living by someone else's rules is terrifying. I kept hiking anyway, pretending it was choice, pretending it was freedom. But every time a twig snapped in the woods off trail, my shoulders tightened. Every time the wind made two small clicking sounds against a signpost, my stomach dropped. And every time I passed a strip of orange tape fluttering harmlessly in the daylight, my body remembered the corridor. It remembered the feeling of being guided. And I understood with a slow, sick clarity that I hadn't reclaimed the woods at all. I had just learned how to live inside the fork, how to choose the safe path the way a trained animal chooses the path that leads away from pain, how to keep moving in the direction that other people had already marked as normal, because the thing didn't need to stand behind me anymore. It had already taught me where to walk. Chapter 7. It never had to part 7. 2. The last proof. That isn't proof. You would think after a year the worst part would be the memories, the pale shape, the dead end, the way the trail vanished like a door closing, the voice using my name in the wrong place. But memories are honest in their own way. They're trapped in the past. They can't reach out and touch your present unless you let them. What I couldn't live with was the uncertainty whether it was still there, whether it had ever left, whether silence was safety, or simply another phase of the script. So I did what a modern adult does when reality starts slipping. I tried to document it. I built a folder on my phone called Tape, like that wasn't the most pathetic thing in the world. Inside it, I saved screenshots of call logs, photos of orange strips tied to mailboxes to a trash bin handled to my bumper sticker. I saved Eli's photos, Nate's messages, the timestamps, the dates. I told myself that if I collected enough pieces, the picture would become undeniable. Instead, it became ridiculous. When you isolate each moment, it feels sharp. A voicemail with breathing, a strip of tape on a post, a text at a strange hour. In the moment, your body screams that it matters. When you put them together, it looks like paranoia. A folder full of orange tape photos makes you look like a person obsessed with construction materials. A list of missed calls at night makes you look like someone with anxiety. A screenshot of a voicemail with no audio makes you look like someone reaching for patterns. Even the truth, when formatted like evidence, can look insane. Still, I kept gathering. I kept telling myself one day, there will be a piece that doesn't require interpretation. One day it will leave something a stranger can see. One day it will slip. It never slipped. It just changed tactics. The voicemail came on a Tuesday late afternoon while I was standing in line at a grocery store. A normal moment, fluorescent lights, a kid whining for cereal, the smell of rotisserie chicken in the air. I was holding a plastic basket with boring adult groceries, coffee filters, pasta, a bag of apples when my phone vibrated once. Not a call, a voicemail notification. My stomach tightened immediately because voicemail notifications had become a category of dread in my body. I didn't listen to them in public anymore. I didn't even open them. I waited until I got home, until the door was locked, until my kitchen felt like a sealed container. Then I sat at my table with my phone face up like it was an animal I didn't trust. Unknown number. No transcript. I pressed play. At first there was only breathing, slow and steady close to the microphone. Deliberate, intimate. The kind of sound that turns a phone into an ear pressed against a wall. I felt my shoulders tighten. My hands went cold around the phone. The breathing continued for 10 seconds, 15, 20. Then softly 2 clicks. Click, click. Not loud, not distorted. The same controlled tongue taps that had answered us in the woods. Then silence. No voice, no words. Just the reminder. I sat there staring at my phone until my eyes started to burn. I wanted to throw it across the room. I wanted to smash it, rip the battery out, go buy a landline like it was 1998. Instead, I saved it. I clicked share, exported the voicemail, put it in my folder like a little piece of rot I couldn't stop collecting. Proof. Except proof of what the next voicemail came 2 nights later at 2:41 a.m. I didn't hear my phone ring because it was on silent, and do not disturb was on rules that had become religion. I found the notification in the morning while coffee brewed and daylight filled my kitchen. I sat down before I played it, as if my body knew it would need to be supported. Unknown number, no transcript, play. Breathing again, but shorter this time, like whoever was on the other end wasn't trying to convince me of a human presence. They were just setting the stage. Then my own voice, not saying hello, not speaking full words, my voice saying my name, softly, like a question, like someone standing in the dark trying to locate you without waking anyone else. Hearing my own voice form my name that way made my stomach flip because it was more intimate than imitation. It wasn't just copying tone, it was copying intent. My hand clenched so hard around the phone my knuckles hurt. The voicemail ended with no clicks this time, no laughter, no flourish. It didn't need to add anything. It had already placed the hook. I didn't tell anyone about that voicemail. Not Nate. Not Eli. Some part of me didn't want to pass the sound along like an infection. Another part of me knew how it would sound out loud. I got a voicemail of my own voice saying my name like a question. That sentence belongs in a story, not in a life. So I saved it, labeled it, and tried to keep living. Then came the text. It arrived at 2:17 a.m. on a Friday, when the city outside my apartment was quiet enough that I could hear the elevator cables shift sometimes in the shaft. My phone was on silent. DND was on. The screen shouldn't have lit, but it did. A small, pale rectangle of light on my nightstand, bright enough to carve the room into shapes. I woke instantly, heart already racing, as if some part of me had been waiting for it. My hand found the phone without thinking. The message was from Eli. Or rather, it wore Eli's name and photo the way a mask wears a face. The text was 2 words: wait up. No punctuation, no context, no emoji, nothing that belonged to Eli's normal style. Just the phrase that had chased us in the woods with my voice. My mouth went dry. My skin prickled. I stared at the message so long my eyes started to water. I didn't want to respond. Responding felt like answering a whisper, but my body had already reacted. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. My mind jumped through possibilities like a trapped animal. Maybe Eli was in trouble. Maybe he'd been drinking and texting nonsense. Maybe he'd had a nightmare. Maybe the worst. Maybe sat in the center. Maybe it's him and maybe it's not. I tried to breathe slowly to keep myself from making sound. Then I did the thing I promised myself I wouldn't do. I called him. My thumb hit the call button before my brain could stop it, driven by the same moral reflex that makes you respond when someone says help. The phone rang. 1 ring, 2. On the 3rd ring, Eli answered, voice thick with sleep and irritation. What he mumbled. I sat upright so fast my sheets tangled around my legs. Did you just text me a pause? What? No. His voice sharpened. What time is it? 2 something, I whispered and then regretted saying anything about time at all. Eli's breath caught. He was awake now. Why are you calling me right now? He hissed, and there was fear under the annoyance. I got a text, I said, staring at the glowing screen as if the words might rearrange. From you, it said. Wait up. Silence on the line. Then Eli said very clearly, I did not text you. My throat tightened. Check your phone. Eli shifted sheets, rustling. The sound of him fumbling in the dark. A screen lighting on his end. A sharp exhale. I don't have any outgoing message, he said, voice rising. I'm not. He swallowed hard. Send me a screenshot. I didn't want to. The idea of forwarding the message felt like handing him a contaminated object. But I did it anyway because I needed someone else to see it. I watched the delivered check mark appear and felt no relief. Eli's breathing got fast. That's he started, then stopped. That's not me. That's not how I text. I know, I whispered. Eli's voice went shaky. Delete it, he said, suddenly sharp with panic. Don't keep it. The sentence hit me like a slap because it was exactly the kind of rule we'd learned. Don't keep evidence, don't interact, don't hold on to the thing it gives you. You think deleting it helps? I asked, and my voice sounded bitter. Eli swallowed. I don't know, he admitted. I don't want it on my phone. I don't want his breath hitched. I don't want it having a way in. Having a way in. That phrase clung to me. After I hung up, I sat in the dark with my phone in my hand, staring at the message like it was an insect trapped under glass. I didn't delete it right away. I took a screenshot first. Of course I did, because the part of me that wanted proof was still alive, still hungry. Then I deleted the message thread. Not because I thought it would protect me, because I couldn't stand seeing Eli's name on the screen attached to those words. The next day I called Nate. Not at night, in daylight, with coffee in my system, in a world that looked solid. Nate answered, voice guarded. Yeah, I got a text from Eli last night, I said. A pause. Did you answer? No, I lied, and the lie tasted like ash. I told him what the message said. Nate exhaled slowly. It's learning, he said. The words made my skin go cold. Learning what I asked, even though I knew. Nate's voice dropped. Not just voices, he said. Not just tape. It's learning people. It's learning how we're connected. A network. A map made of names and numbers and the way we respond to each other. In the woods, it had used sound to pull us off trail. Now it was using relationships. A message from a friend at the wrong hour. A voicemail with your own voice. A hook made of trust. I looked at my neatly organized tape folder and felt something in me turn hollow. Because suddenly it didn't matter if I had screenshots or call logs. It didn't matter if I could prove the tape was real. The real proof was in my reaction. In the fact that 2 words, wait up, could make me break my own rules. Could make me pick up the phone in the dark and call someone whose name I was trying not to say out loud. And in that realization, the last comforting lie died. This wasn't something you could outrun with miles. It wasn't something you could outsmart with devices. It wasn't even something you could contain with silence. Because it didn't need to follow you physically anymore. It could travel through the spaces between you and the people you loved, wearing their names like shortcuts, turning your own network into a trail it could walk without leaving footprints. Chapter 7. It Never Had to Part, 7.3. Cold ending, the pointing. The night it happened again, I woke up before anything made a sound. That was the first proof, more convincing than tape, more convincing than voicemails. My body knew the time before my mind did. It pulled me out of sleep like a hand on my shoulder, gentle and certain, as if dread had become part of my circadian rhythm. I lay still in the dark, eyes open, listening to my own breathing. The house was quiet in the normal way, refrigerator hum, the faint tick of a wall settling, a distant car passing on wet pavement. My phone was face down on the dresser across the room, silent the way I kept it now. I hadn't checked the clock, but I felt the number in my bones anyway. 2:41. I didn't want to look. Looking would make it official. Looking would lock it into a timestamp I'd carry like a bruise. Outside my bedroom window, a voice said my name. Soft. Close enough to sound like it was speaking toward the glass. The end of it was wrong, stretched slightly awkward, as if the speaker didn't understand how a name ends when it belongs to a human mouth. My skin prickled. My stomach went cold. I did not move. I did not sit up. I did not reach for my phone light. Not because I was brave, because my body had learned the rule the way a dog learns not to touch a hot stove again. Stillness wasn't courage. Stillness was training. The voice came again, a little closer, still polite. My name wrong at the end. Then two small sounds controlled precise, like someone tapping their tongue behind teeth. Click. Click. The sound didn't come from outside. Or maybe it did. I couldn't tell anymore. It came from the boundary between places. The seam where inside and outside stopped meaning anything. My throat tightened. I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth so I wouldn't make a sound by accident. I forced myself to breathe shallowly through my nose. The window stayed dark. The yard beyond it might as well have been the woods. I could have called 911. I could have turned on every light in the house. I could have slammed the blinds open and looked and demanded proof. I didn't. I stayed perfectly still and let the sound exist. I waited for it to escalate, for a knock, a scrape, a hand on the glass, anything that would turn my fear into action. It didn't. The voice didn't grow angry. It didn't beg. It didn't laugh. The clicking happened once more, and then there was only the refrigerator hum and my heart pounding hard enough to make my chest hurt. Eventually, the sky lightened the way it always does, indifferent and reliable. Gray became pale blue. Shadows in the room gained edges. The night drained away without ever giving me a final moment I could point to and say it left. I went to work anyway. That's the second proof the way life forces you to move through terror like it's weather. I showered, I dressed, I made coffee. I stood in my kitchen and tried to hold a mug without shaking. At the front door, I hesitated with my hand on the lock, listening the way I listened at the edge of camp before stepping into the corridor. Nothing. I opened the door and stepped onto my porch. The morning air was cold and clean. Birds chattered somewhere. A neighbor's car started down the street. The world looked normal in that fragile suburban way, porch lights still on sprinklers, ticking trash bins lined up at the curb like obedient soldiers. And tied neatly around the handle of my trash bin was a strip of bright orange survey tape. It was absurd. That was the first thought that hit me. This is ridiculous. Not a wilderness marker, not a trailhead, not a signboard, a trash bin handle. A thing I rolled to the curb every Tuesday. A thing that smelled faintly of old coffee grounds and plastic bags. The tape was tied like a gift bow. Even tails. Tight knot. Chest height. My mouth went dry. I stood there for a long time, staring at it while the morning continued around me. Across the street, a woman walked her dog. She waved at me without slowing down. A kid waited for a school bus, staring at his phone. None of them looked at my trash bin. None of them saw the orange ribbon like it mattered. I stepped closer. My hand lifted automatically. I had gloves in my pocket, another habit, another rule, another layer of control. I pulled one on and reached for the knot. My fingers hovered an inch away. Then I stopped. Not because I was afraid of tape, because I was afraid of what removing it meant. It was the same thought I'd had months earlier and hated myself for. It doesn't like change. If I removed it, I would be changing something, making a move, responding. If I left it, I would be doing nothing, staying within the pattern, staying predictable. I realized with a sick clarity that the tape wasn't the threat anymore. My hesitation was the fact that my mind treated a piece of plastic like a boundary between safety and danger was the real infection. I cut it off anyway. I forced myself to. The scissors made a small snip absurdly loud in the quiet morning. The orange strip dropped into my gloved hand like dead skin. I didn't feel relief. I felt like I had broken a rule. I threw the tape into a plastic bag in my car's cup holder and drove to work with my eyes locked on the road, as if looking away would invite something to appear in the passenger seat. Traffic was normal. Stoplights, brake lights, coffee shops with drive-through lines. A world built on repetition. And then on the edge of town, where the road ran beside a strip of trees, a thin line of green separating houses from a small patch of undeveloped land, I saw it. On the shoulder just beyond the white line stood a tall, pale, vertical shape facing the woods. It didn't move. It didn't turn its head toward my engine. It didn't react to my passing. It was still as a post, as if it had been planted there. For a second, my hands tightened on the steering wheel so hard my fingers ached. Every part of me wanted to slam the brakes and stare until my brain could label it. Every moral instinct wanted to honk, to warn the car behind me to do something, anything that wasn't silence. I did none of those things. I kept driving, not because I didn't care, because I understood in the deepest place fear can teach you what it wanted. It didn't need to kill me. It didn't need to drag me back into the woods. It only needed me to keep my mouth shut when I had the chance to make noise. It needed me to keep moving, to keep my head down, to keep living inside the rules it had installed. In my rearview mirror, the shoulder vanished behind a curve. The trees swallowed the shape the way they always had. I didn't pull over. I didn't call anyone. I didn't even check the time. I just drove to work with the tape bagged in my cup holder like a receipt, and the cold truth settled in my chest, heavier than any monster story. It never had to follow me home. It taught me to carry the trail myself.